Do, 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 do. We're streaming on YouTube, and we're streaming on Facebook, hopefully. All right, there's the first three. Okay. Theoretically, you are getting audio. We have one on YouTube. Congratulations to the one on YouTube, and 183 on phase 2, all 271. Okay, so take two. Here is the plan. He says, hopefully, as he continues to look at other stuff coming in. Okay, so the plan is wait, who can hear? Michael has no sound, but Isabella does. So in theory, we are working here. The plan is to stay on with you guys here online as much as we can. We can hear you at 9:02 live. Thank you, Lisa. So we're going to be on here as much as we can. If I have to go do TV, then theoretically, I can do both. You just won't see me here, but you'll hear me here, and you'll see the graphics. So that's kind of the trade-off that we've come up with here. Our thanks to Paul, engineer, for getting all this worked out. We had a computer lock. I mean, this has been an interesting half hour, because nothing better when you've got severe weather than trying to deal with computer issues. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we're all ready to go here. So let's get you up to speed. Severe thunderstorm warning. Bourbon County until 9:30, southern Scott County till 9:30, most of Fayette County until 9:30. Northern Woodford County also until 9:30. Anderson County is technically included, but you can see there's nothing going on there right now. So with all that, the cell, I mean, this is certainly worthy of attention up here. The BTI numbers is high, that's a pretty doggone high number, 5.6. That's the Barron Tornado Index. Okay, you can hear now. All of a sudden, we've turned into a Verizon commercial, or whoever it is. So there you see the storm that's in northern Fayette County, some of the communities over the next few minutes that are going to be impacted by this storm. Hail has been the primary severe weather maker so far out of most of these storms. I don't have us in velocity. I was getting a lot of interference tonight because I think there are so many big storms around that we were just getting some interference back on our max track velocity. So we are going to work off of the Louisville storm velocity. And so this storm does have a broad rotation to it. What you're seeing here in northwest Fayette County, so that's headed back to Louisville that way. Actually, that's headed to Louisville that way. So that's actually not going to be a rotation there. That's headed away. So that actually, one of these days I'll be able to think straight today. That is counterclockwise. So yes, that is where we are looking at, again, a broad rotation from this storm. We'll check that on the Max Track live real quick. And again, it's in an area where we would expect something. So up around Donerail, if you are looking out, you might, well, it's also sunset, so things look a lot worse than they sometimes actually are. But up around Masterson, the North Split, going to be headed toward the Horse Park. That's a strong storm up there. And so again, we're looking right at that with our radar. So between Masterson and Donerail. Are we seeing much in the way of shear with it? Not really, no. So actually, back to Louisville. Now let's see if we shear rate. So there is some shear with that storm also in the northwestern corner of Fayette County. So we come back to Max Live. And again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning in Fayette County until 9:30. So we're keeping a close eye on that. Again, it's also going to likely have some really strong winds with it as it's approaching Leestown Road, Georgetown Road, Newtown Pike. So for you folks there in the northwestern part of the county, be aware that that storm is in your area. Elsewhere, you've got a heavy thunderstorm over Richmond, one not too far from Wilmore, from Perryville over just south of Perryville to Danville, Alliston to Forkland. Storms coming out of Marion County have been strong, and then you get to the tornadic storms. This one has been a long track tornado warning through Bowling Green over to Glasgow now, and that actually started back toward Paducah. So that is your broad picture here. And again, hard, yeah, Mount Sterling, you guys, you're okay right now. So there's the big picture for you. So you've got the severe thunderstorm warning on the northern edge here, Lexington on up to Paris to Georgetown, for a storm that really is impacting at this point northern Fayette County. So that's going up, it's not too far from the horse park at this point. See if Jackson's seeing it any differently. Yeah, there is definitely, at the very least, you've got a very broad rotation. You might even be seeing something of a wall cloud up that way, northern Fayette County. So do be aware that this storm is one that we are keeping a very close eye on at this point. That's for, it's going to be 7,800 feet up, so we're not going to be too concerned about that. So we bring it back to the max track, which again is looking at basically on top of the radar. Yeah. 31. So essentially what we're doing here today is we're just going to be doing stuff as we go along here. I'm going to go ahead and change Doppler modes real quick. Make sure that warning is nothing I need to be worried about. Because every time the printer goes off now, we've got our printer working, so that makes life easier. I get an audio signal when something is actually going on and not having to depend on just seeing it cross on a wire. I know this is scintillating online viewing. Hopefully during the course of the day, you've been able to do your severe weather preps. We just kind of get you alert as to what's going on or what you can do to be safe. You read the sea duck stuff there as far as tornado. Okay, so I'm flipping over. Let's go to 39021. I'm changing Doppler modes on the radar because we can do that. And so this will throw a kind of a distance limit on what we can do. But again, I was getting a lot of interference tonight. So hopefully, since this is the storm I want to look at, it's really close in. So we're going to take a quick look at it. We'll do it together. But again, for tornado safety, which we've talked about so many times here on LEX, the sea duck method for staying safe in the event of a tornado warning for your county, which right now we don't have any. We have a tornado watch until 3, but no tornado warnings locally. We have them down toward Bowling Green. But again, if you think about it before the severe weather happens, you don't panic when the time does come. And so I know everybody's asking about their particular county. Damaging wind potential is very high. We were talking about that all day today and all day yesterday. All severe weather modes are on the table here. So let me go back over to the radar. So that's our max track now. We can put a velocity mode on here. All right, I'll let that fill back in as the sweep comes back around. Severe, do I need to worry about any of these warnings? No. Okay. So we've got everything set up over on the by the green screen in the event that we need to go wall to wall. I suspect we will at some point. All the winds we're picking up are less than 20 miles an hour. A little bit of a return there. So again, I've got this color table set up so it's only going to be picking up higher winds. I bet if I did this, so just for the moment. Let me do this. Kind of fill a few things in. So there's that broad rotation right there, north of Maddoxtown. Again, it's weak, and we're looking right at it. So at this point, we are 270 feet off the ground. So there's not much to it yet, but it's something that we are certainly, obviously, keeping an eye on. But again, that's a very broad rotation. We'll let that sweep come around again. But that's why we're just with a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, just a reminder, that severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30, so another 15 minutes or so. Fayette County, also for Bourbon, and you're going to get Scott County in there as well, and it extends up toward Nicholas County. Storm Prediction Center just continued the moderate risk. So just so you know, again, what we're looking right at here. I mean, literally, we are staring at this storm. That is coming toward the radar. That is moving away from the radar. There is a very broad counterclockwise spin there. And again, when you're looking at it, when we're saying broad, so you are a couple miles wide. So again, it's for this type of storm, you would want something that would be a little tighter, which is good that we don't have to warn about it, other than the fact that it is a severe thunderstorm warning. You've got strong storms now going through the east side of Lexington. This is going to be going out Versailles Road. Hopefully, my daughter should be home by now. She got off, she should be through all that. She was coming from Clark County today. So you got out toward Avon, headed toward Greenbrier. It looks like it's past Greenbrier. That probably has a little bit of small hail with it. And again, just off our radar, not seeing a whole lot out of it. Oh, it flipped back. So let me bring the... So we've got a little stronger velocity showing up. We're going to have that scan come around again. When you look at the... It's not in a place radar-wise where I would expect anything, so that could be just a part of a downdraft. But we'll see when the sweep comes back around again. And I know we're kind of not paying attention right now to areas away from this, but at this point, none of those storms are severe. But remember, there is a tornado watch until 3. All right. All right, so you see there's a little something going on there toward Jimtown, northern Fayette County. So we're 400 feet off the ground now. So there might be, I think you're certainly looking at a wall cloud out of that, or at least some broad rotation, maybe not even full wall cloud, but at least some broad rotation. All right, we're printing here. What are we printing? So let me check this, because we have paper. Just continuations on the other warnings. Tornado warnings are to our west, Hancock and Ohio counties. So that's where we are. And again, this is not going to be like we do during the winter storms. If Bama's watching, no, this is not it. I mean, this is part of it, but this is not it. This would be essentially what was going to be the second round of storms before the third and final, which will be the squall line, comes in. So let's go ahead and kind of bring things back out to a full thing. So there's the max. Let's put you on a radar that'll be able to see everything here, because again, I'm on a short radar with our Doppler. Tornadic storms are to the southwest. Looks on those current paths, they'll probably head towards southern end of Lake Cumberland. Could clip Russell, Wayne County, maybe Adair. But there are more storms back to the west, so we are not done. This is not it. And so we were expecting another wave to come in latter part of the evening. Because of the storms we had earlier today, and just kind of the whole timeline got skewed by a couple hours, we were expecting basically storms early, midday lull, which noon, 1 o'clock kind of thing, and then storms coming back latter part of afternoon and evening. This morning storms lasted until early afternoon. We got a afternoon lull where the sun was out, it got warm, it got humid, we recharged the atmosphere. And then we're seeing now this second wave of storms. None of these, though, have gotten I'm surprised that they have not gotten a real good rotation to them. But right now we're seeing just the severe. But back to the west, again, you're seeing severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. So that'll be the final line, what's out toward Owensboro at this point. So yeah, that's a strong cluster there. And the thing is, this cell down here, why this one has been able to maintain itself is that it's at the southern end of the line. And so it's getting a clean inflow of warm, humid air. And so it's maintaining its fuel since it has nothing to interfere with it. And so that's why that cell has been able to propagate and maintain itself as long as it has. The other tornadic storm is still well west of Litchfield, over by Owensboro. So again, just a reminder that the tornado watch is there until 3. We can take a quick look. Well, let's do this. We've got you updated on the severe warnings. And let's go over to show prep. And with this, so there again, you get the broad picture with the radar. That was the max track when I had it on the short. In fact, I still have it on the short. So that when you're in Doppler mode, we're limited on distance. In terms of lightning, I mean, vivid lightning producer for the storm that's going through the severe storm, northern Fayette into Bourbon, as well as Nicholas, and Clark, maybe clipping a little bit of Clark County there too. So we're just going to take you through. So again, the tornado watch, there it is until 3, entire area. What time did I stop the Cape? So this is the current Cape. So that's the convective available potential energy. This is off the 23Z run of the HER. And so the storms are working off of that. I can't draw it right now. From Frankfurt down through Nicholasville over to Danville, that's the piece of energy that it's working off of at this point. The storms that are going through, the tornadic storms, are kind of eating the Cape up down there to the south. So we'll see how that continues to evolve. From the Storm Prediction Center, just what they were seeing, or what they've been saying. So nothing really has changed with this. There is your moderate risk, same areas as before. When you're talking about the tornado risk, so again, we were talking before, that 15%, 25 miles from any given point is a big deal. So essentially you could draw that circle from Lexington and kind of go, well, that's not going to be a good circle, but you get the idea. If there's a 15 to 30% chance, 25 miles from downtown Lexington, that you're going to have a tornado. I mean, it's still a small chance of it happening, but it's a big number when it's part of a forecast, if that makes any sense. And we're seeing the same thing again, the possibility of the large tornado chance. It's there too. So again, you are looking at these storms that are out there. When we're talking about how the air was able to recharge, you know, interesting, the horse park, the dew point has dropped off. But you're seeing those 70 dew points. That is interesting. That's still good storm fuel, but the air is getting a little more mixed up now. The horse park's got that storm going by right now. That's why the Lexington, the 70 is on the south side. So that's the storm right now working over the atmosphere, lowering the dew point, but basically consuming the food and fuel that's there. When you're seeing those 70-degree dew points, that is a muggy air mass. That's plenty of storm fuel that's out there. You can see the temperatures dropped at the horse park. I can do this. So there again, you see Lawrenceburg, Frankfurt, where the temperatures drop because the storms have come by. Same with Campbell's, where you've seen the temperatures in the 70s. That's where you still have a good amount of instability available for these storms. So let's go ahead and take it back to the analysis and see where we are. So again, so far so good. you know, we were looking, if you were with us during the earlier newscasts, this whole area was primed. I mean, the Cape values were above 3,000, and it was just waiting for a spark. And we've had the storms go off, but again, you've got some tornado warnings with this. It's not widespread, and that's good. That's great. But still wondering if we're going to get the potential wind damage from these storms. Let me go back to Max Track again. I want to take a look at that storm. Get off the pencil. All right. So we're looking. All right. That's that one little, that might be just a microburst that's been working its way, or just part of the downburst right in there. By Austerlitz, is there anything to correspond with that? So when you're looking at this just out of radar analysis, what you've got going on is an inflow like that. That's going to be your down, or your flanking line. So with that thing sitting up here that we were seeing, the red and the green, that may be part of a downdraft coming down like that. So you may be looking at some strong winds trying to come in northern part of Fayette, the extreme southwestern corner of Bourbon. Interesting. So what's coming out right now? Let's continue the severe thunderstorm warning, nothing new. Okay. So yeah, you're probably seeing a lowering of the cloud deck there, although by this time of the night it's going to be hard to see much anything. Obviously there's been a lot of lightning. We can put that on there for you. So you're going to see the lightning with this cell. So it's got the severe warning for another 7 minutes. That'll be the extreme northeastern corner of Fayette County, southern part of Bourbon County for that severe thunderstorm warning. That may get extended here. Actually, Jackson's going to get a better look at that now at this point. Yeah. So what we were looking at just now off of the Max Track, which was this area. We'll circle it. Okay. So that's what I'm looking at there, and where that's bowing out. So that's going to be, again, that's the idea that that's going to be the downdraft coming into the back end of it, and that's going to try and wrap something. And again, given how much shear is available, that's why the tornado watch is in place. You folks in Austerlitz, Avon, Stony Point, just be ready. But again, what I was going back to. So that's what Jackson is seeing. Now Jackson is seeing that rotation 4,600 feet up, 4,700 feet up by Avon. So again, it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. You folks in Avon, I would be certainly not far from your shelter at this point. They have issued a tornado warning for Adair County. So Adair is not, it's technically not one of our counties, but you have a tornado warning until 9:15 Central for Adair for that storm that's coming out of the Glasgow area. Go to the Louisville radar. That one's going to be the closer of the, pull the lightning off of that. So that's where, to the northeast there of Glasgow, is where that tornado likely is, or at least the tornadic part of the storm. This is Louisville. Louisville seeing the same thing that we were looking at. Wyandotte. Again, Hutchinson, Austerlitz, Stony Point, North Middletown. Be close to your shelter and ready to go. Because again, we're certainly seeing a rotation on that. We were picking it up on the Max Track. Let me close that in. So it's going to be that area just north of Avon. This is a better set. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning in place with a tornado watch, so something could quickly drop. And again, we're at least seeing not too far off the surface. There is a degree of rotation with that. What's the BTI? Still sitting at 5.6. So again, you're seeing some of the communities there. North 934 at North Middletown. And we're picking up more in the way of velocity. So again, I would recommend, given that's a severe thunderstorm warning, Austerlitz, Stony Point, Rennick there, northern Clark County, Avon, I would say it's not a bad idea to be right at your shelter door, if not going ahead into it. You have a severe thunderstorm warning in place and a tornado watch with a storm that does have rotation. That's going to be between Austerlitz and Hutchinson. So, you know, if you're the better safe than sorry camp, not a bad idea. 5 minutes there. Again, you're seeing that's the rear flank downdraft coming back in like that. It creates the flanking line that you see there. Just waiting to see if there's going to be new warnings coming out with that. And I'm just checking, and I apologize for not taking any of the questions here. When you look at the shear off of Jackson, yeah. Again, I would recommend in that northeastern tip of Fayette County, the southwestern corner there of Bourbon County, Avon, Escondido, Austerlitz, Rennick, and Clark County. Just go ahead and spend 5 or 10 minutes in your shelter just to be safe. That's from the Jackson radar, picking up at least a degree of rotation there around Avon. Thing was on Max Track, which is, you know, we're staring right at this. So again, you're seeing the outflow here is going to eventually impinge on that. But you're certainly getting gusty winds, if nothing else, on that front. But that's kind of, again, the better safe than sorry. Escondido, Austerlitz, Rennick, be ready with that. And again, the velocity off of Max, there it is. Let's try and fill in the blanks. Yeah, I mean, we've definitely got at least a degree of rotation. I don't know, well, we do some, how strong a wind are we looking at here? I got 43 on top of 43. So that is potentially, let's see what comes down on this sweep again. Again, I would be recommending you folks there the better safe than sorry theory, just for a couple of minutes. Let that sweep come on by. That southern part of Bourbon, northern Clark, and that northeast tip of Fayette by Avon. We're looking at least the potential for some rotation out of that. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. We got a tornado watch, and there's something going on there. Meanwhile, with the storm down in Adair, so there again, your tornado warning for Adair, southern Adair, that's going to be south of Columbia until 9:15. But that is on a path toward Russell County and Lake Cumberland. So if anybody on Lake Cumberland should have been in safe port basically all day today. So hopefully nobody is out on the lake. So when you're looking at we got the shear rate on that. You can see that it's got the spinning. That's the radar, that's the algorithm picking up that there is shear going on with that storm. So let's bring you on to the big picture. And I know everybody wants to know about their county. It looks like the warning has been discontinued. Well, I'm glad for that. But there's no doubt that storm had rotation to it, going past Austerlitz there. Bring it back on, Max. Over towards Stony Point. In northern part of Fayette, you can relax now. I'm still I think what's happened is that the downdraft here kind of impinged underneath and kind of cuts off the flow. So what we've got there, so by Austerlitz, toward, away, there is still a circulation right there. I'm 600 feet up. And so there's definitely something between Austerlitz and Escondida. I would maintain vigilance here for at least another couple of minutes. See how that ends up playing out, because they've not extended the warning at all. But what they are, and it may not be surface-based, but again, we've definitely got something that has a degree of twist to it. But it looks like, yeah, we're outrunning it. We will continue to monitor that storm as it approaches North Middletown. Interesting. So now the storm down south of Columbia. That's again headed toward Russell County and eventually Wayne County. This again has been a long-lived tornado warning. Periodically it has produced confirmed tornadoes. But the reason being is that it's on the southern flank, and so it's able to ingest basically clean air. Warm, humid air coming up from Middle Tennessee is able to continue to feed into that, whereas the storms up here to the north aren't in quite the same type of environment. So we'll continue to watch that. There's still a line sitting back here, north and west. That's the main squall line. Yeah, and again, this really has not, at least to this point, has not completely congealed into the formidable line that the modeling said it should have, and the ingredients seem to have been there for it too. But with all that said, you know, we'll knock on wood that that's the trend that continues. And again, whenever my head turns, it's just something getting printed. The tornado warning for Barron County is canceled. Severe thunderstorm warning. All righty. So we're going to do a cut in here. Let me get over to Max Track again. So for a second here, you folks are going to see just a blank map with a box. But yeah, that's the exact storm that we were looking at here. So let's go ahead and get this ready and connect. Make sure everything is working as it should be. It appears it is. That's what I was looking for. All right. And look, it picks up the rotation that we're talking about. Okay, so be right back. And, okay. This is Chief Meteorologist Bill Meck. We want to update you on the weather situation. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. This has just been issued. This is going to be for folks that are in the eastern part there of Bourbon County, North Middletown, specifically Bunker Hill, Little Rock. That's a severe thunderstorm warning until 10. That severe thunderstorm warning also includes the northern part of Clark County. With all that said, you folks in Montgomery County, be ready. Skyview, Judy, Grassy Lick, the storm is headed your way as well. We have been tracking this storm online, if you've been with us on Facebook and YouTube now, for about the last 15 minutes or so. And with this, it's been showing at least a broad rotation, which is being picked up now. That's why you're seeing that circle going on. But between Escondida and North Middletown, That storm certainly has been exhibiting at least a degree of rotation that we have been looking at. So with the tornado watch that's in place until 3 o'clock, if you're in this warned area of the southern part there of Bourbon County, northern part of Clark, and go and catch the northwest corner there of Montgomery, go ahead and get to your safe spot just in case. The rotation's been broad. It's certainly a severe thunderstorm. That's right about on North Middletown at this point. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Clark County there, and that's going to be in effect until 10 o'clock, and also for Bourbon County. Wanted to show you one other thing real quick, and we'll get you back to NBC. But there is a storm that's now getting into, you look down toward Adair County. We do have a tornado warning for Adair County. So this is a storm that's approaching Lake Cumberland. So you see that for Adair County until 9:15, but that storm is on a track to take it toward Russell County, Lake Cumberland, and Wayne counties as well. So again, tornado watch up area-wide until 3. Stay weather aware, be prepared, and keep it here on LAX 18 as we continue to bring you the coverage of these storms. And if you want to find us, you can find us on the LAX 18 Facebook page as well as on our YouTube page. We now return you to NBC. And that was a cut-in. All right. Out of curiosity, did they say tour possible? No. But again, well, you saw what we were seeing. We were talking about it here. The warning comes out there. And that's all good. That's all of us kind of working together on this. So, meanwhile, we've got garden variety, strong garden variety storms. Nothing severe, at least at this point. Richmond, so Madison County, Garrett County, going through Boyle, northern Lincoln, northern part of Casey, clipping the very southeast corner there of Marion, most of Taylor. And again, you get into the severe thunderstorm warning, which there is a severe thunderstorm warning now for Russell until 9:15 Central Time. That's also a severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Adair till 9:15 Central, and southern Taylor until 10:15, Eastern Time. Because when you do this much continuous live, eventually you're going to hiccup on it. Okay, let me do this. I know you... Wilford Breathitt right now, you've got, let's see what we've got going on that way. Right now, Wolf and Breathitt, there's nothing close to you. So, but that being said, it's going to be a long night, and this line should continue to come together. And so again, you're looking at that potential through tonight. So that storm is now showing shear. There you got North Middletown. BTI continues at 5.6, so it's not changing. But again, some of the communities that are impacted by this, hey, they put the warning out that we were expecting. So that's, wait till the commercial break is done here, and then we'll hit this again. Yeah, so that's, put max. Check back on that storm. Yeah, so that's what we're seeing as we look out toward past Austerlitz now, south of North Middletown. Severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. Jackson, William Beth Rowan. Just out of curiosity, they don't have a tour possible either. Okay. I'm happy with that. But once we get back into NBC programming, we'll do the cutting here, because I don't know if this is a local spot. Anyway, this was showing shear. It's showing a lot of shear. Wow. But again, it's looking at it about, well, I'm sorry, I'm on my radar. And it's getting cluttered here. So that, again, this storm is showing a lot of rotation to it, which is why we warned you the way we were warning you. Luckily, or hopefully, nothing comes of it, but still showing that, again, trying to wrap in on itself. It's a broad circulation, but it's still worthy of looking at. Severe thunderstorm warning, don't have to worry about that one. All righty, we're in NBC programming. So, same drill as before. We're going to go ahead and warn for this on air. And that. And actually, I'll start it off with this. And they just added to the warning. So let's do this. Okay. So let's start with Montgomery. Okay. And we're taking control. This is Chief Meteorologist Bill Meck again. As we were expecting, they have updated the severe thunderstorm warnings. So for you folks in Montgomery County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning now until 10 o'clock. That also includes Bath County until 10 o'clock, southern Fleming County until 10 o'clock. That cell will continue eastward. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning for the cell coming off of Cave Run. Rowan County and Elliott County going to be there until 10:15. The storm that we continue to watch is just south of North Middletown at this point. But again, we're at least looking at the potential this has a broad circulation to it. So again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for Clark as well as for Bourbon County until 10 o'clock. So a lot of stuff going on in terms of our weather. These are the current warnings locally. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning that has now gone up for Russell County as well as Adair and Taylor counties. Tornado watch continues area-wide until 3 o'clock. Keep it here on LAX 18. We'll see you on the LAX 18 Facebook page and our YouTube channel. All right. So that's that. Let me disconnect that so that I can actually have a cursor I can see. So again, you're seeing on our max track how the data line is cut off there. It's on a short sweep. That gives us the high resolution data that we were looking at with the storm that's been cutting through southern Bourbon County. When we're in velocity mode, we had to shrink. We have a couple of options. This is the one I chose for the storm because it was going through Fayette County. We've got one that's a little bit broader, and I may switch over to that. But I want to keep it on the tight one here just because this storm is still concerning. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, Bourbon and Clark, as well as Montgomery for the next few minutes. So that's 10 o'clock. Issues severe thunderstorm. All righty. We're in Rowan Elliott. Okay. Yep. So we're good right now. Unfortunately for that storm that's going down into Russell and Wayne, it's kind of in a radar no man's land. It's a long way from our radar. It's a long way from Louisville's radar. It's a long way from Nashville's radar. And so it doesn't get the best weather coverage. They do have a private radar in Russell County, in which I'm glad they do have it. They've got access to it. So again, that storm over North Middletown, Little Rock, Plum, Bunker Hill, Sharpsburg 10:02, Moorfield 10:05, Bethel and Bath County there 10:07. So again, you're seeing some of the communities involved. And again, the shear is sitting at a more reasonable, oh my goodness, the BTI of 9.5, which is that's the top of the scale. So what is, so we're pulling that off of the Jackson, I'm betting. Actually, no, we're pulling that off of Louisville. Okay, if we're pulling it off of Louisville's radar, it's a long way up. The shear is not spectacular. Oh, it's off of Jackson. That's what it's toward Jackstown. Interesting. What are they looking at? Same thing, well, they're looking at what we've been talking about here. There is an explosion of velocity. All right, they're expiring the severe thunderstorm. We're going to, well, again, we're looking right at this with our max track. What's up, Logan? Just.
Can I just shut you down for 2 minutes so we can report sports real quick?
You can shut down the chroma key. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna do.
Yep.
Okay. And then I'll bring you right back up.
Okay.
We just gotta report sports.
Okay. That's assuming nothing goes Tor.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Again, if you need something to go,
Yep.
I'm there.
You got it. Thank you, sir. We let Logan go. He's a Lion fan. It's okay. All right. Again, that we're starting to slide that out. So I'm not sure if that we're maybe picking up a downburst. It's got, I mean, that's 3,600 feet up. A little bit of a rotation there. Nothing huge. So we're keeping an eye on that one. That's still a severe thunderstorm warning. Clark, Montgomery, Bath, Fleming, as well as Nicholas and Bourbon until 10 o'clock. Kinsey's about to record her sports. So with that, let me wander back over. Well, Colts. Are there still questions on whether or not you hear in Seabill? Elliott is also under the warning. Elliott's technically not in our viewing area. Richmond has a storm on the way, not severe. It's not warned for. It's strong, but not severe. Let me know when you're ready to go, Kinsey. But yeah, all right. But for Elliott County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15. It goes with the Rowan County, technically Morgan County, but that's just a poorly drawn line. And Logan's trying to be quiet. I'm on Facebook Live. Ooh. World Kinsey says hi. Garrett, you have a garden variety storm strong going through.
Do you need a BB cube?
I'm glad, Chastity, you've got just a storm going on there in North Middletown. The storm is almost past you. You've got, for the folks out or who've had this initial line of storms come by, can you hear me if I talk at this level, Kinsey? Can you hear me if I talk at this level? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I can hear Bill.
Okay, then when you start, Kinsey, I'll be quiet and just give people a radar tour.
Are you ready? Yep. Okay.
Radar tour begins
In 3.
in 2, 1.
Well, despite a 5-0 start for the Batcats Thursday night in Game 1 of their road series with Vanderbilt, Cats lost on a walk-off, trying to make up for it in Game 2. Another quick start here for the Cats. Top one, James McCoy there smokes that deep ball for the RBI double. Then right after, Patrick Herrera, base hit, line drive to left for the RBI single. Commodores eventually respond to take a 4-2 lead after 1. A back-and-forth battle, multiple ties in this game. Top 9, Cats down 7-5. What a rally here. 2 solo home runs. First, Tyler Bell leads it off. Then Cole Hayes will follow with a big blue bomb of his own. So a tie game, 7-7. 2 outs here. Runners on the corners. Kais Gargett keeps the bats hot for the Cats off the wall to bring in the game-leading run. But oh my goodness, another heartbreaker for Kentucky for the second straight night and the third straight time at home. The Commodores walk it off. Andy takes the series. Game 3 Sunday at 3. Meanwhile, Kentucky softball making their 16th straight NCAA tournament appearance. A Wildcat showdown in the opening round as Kentucky and Northwestern
Okay.
go head-to-head.
Paul says I can whisper, so I'll whisper. And with that, you're looking at the storm. Richmond to Kirksville. I feel like I'm doing the Masters. Rory lines up for the putt. Garrett County, you have a storm. Right now it's just rain and some wind. Lancaster to Lowell, down towards Stanford. And that continues then into Lincoln County, into Casey County too. Meanwhile, the tornado warning that is down here in Adair County till 9:15, and a severe thunderstorm warning extends until 9:15 Central for Russell County, for Adair County, and well, for Taylor and the western tip of Casey County. I'm half a step from doing this like Mr. Rogers. So you got a strong storm going through, about through the depot at this point, south of Richmond, north of Kingston.
With 2 days off and with Joker on your side, how confident are you going into Game 6?
100%. I mean, just like I said, that mindset of wanting to go back to OKC, which is great.
Most of the times, Mason, when
and
storms come through
game
early and lessen severe risk, what they do is they take away the instability. And what we mean by that is storms are nature's way to try and balance temperature in imbalances. It's either too hot at the surface or too cold aloft. Kinsey is done. So, oh. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
So what the storm is doing is it's correcting an imbalance. It's either too warm
Yeah,
at the
you said
surface,
that.
too cold aloft. And so when a thunderstorm lifts the warm air from the surface up, it basically then helps to balance the temperature out. It takes that warm air from the surface, helps warm the temperatures up aloft. And so you stabilize things. And because if it's too cold, then the air just continues to rise. So again, that's how the storm is able to do that. Today what happened, we had the storms early and they were formidable. They were big storms. And they did temporarily stabilize things. But the return flow, we were showing this on the air from 5 to 7 o'clock, how the dew points just jumped up into the 70s. So that's the muggy storm fuel that was available. Temperatures jumped into the mid 70s after being in the 60s after the storms. So that is how a storm and why a storm happened. What I said about Casey County is technically there is a little sliver of a warning for Casey County, just that extreme western tip of Casey County. So you see there's a new tornado warning. Let's bring Louisville's radar up here. For the storm west of E-Town. So why highlight this? Well, because that's probably in that line, which by the way, that's the final line. This is the final line that we've got to worry about tonight. That is telling us, okay, that within that, you've got a little mesovortice sitting in here, south of Hardinsburg. And so that's going to be part of this is called a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. And so that, within the quasi-linear systems, you get occasional breaks, or there's little vortices in here, and that's where you can get spin-ups to occur. It's not a big supercell type storm, but it is still, could be a quick spin-up tornado. And that's shown at least in the shear display there. So that's that. So what is printing? A special weather gust. Okay. How's the lightning with that? A lot of it. Okay. So we're still waiting to see if this warning is going to get extended, which, judging by that structure, I'm guessing it's going to, toward Russell County. You folks from, well, basically southern half, from Russell Springs south, be ready. You're probably going to have a tornado warning coming out here shortly. It's not there yet, but again, it's a potential. Radar indicated. Radar indicated. Okay. So again, I'm just reading stuff as I go on. Anything? Yeah, you are under a tornado. Everybody's under a tornado watch. Okay. So it's a matter of time until you get a storm. They've got 2 batches going right now. You've got the one batch leading from basically Lake Cumberland to Cave Run, and a second back along the Ohio River west of 65, going back into western Kentucky. So right now we have severe thunderstorm warnings in our viewing area. That tornado warning, southern Adair, technically is out of our viewing area, but we still like you guys. Severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you. All right, so there's a new broad severe thunderstorm warning in the Louisville metro. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take one more look with the Max Track at that cell that we've been, the one that we've been watching the whole way and got warm for after we talked about it. And minimize you all for a second here. Let me pull that off for a second. Okay, I'm not seeing anything that really is jumping out at me big time. Let me look at it again with that. So yeah, there's at least a little spin going on here, northern Montgomery, but it's broad. And so it's still technically Montgomery County, but getting ready to push into Bath. That's actually a little tighter there. That's worthy of keeping an eye on. So what I'm going to do is take our radar. That was our super secret combination there. Could you tell by the clicks? All right. What I'm going to do is change the state. I'm certainly happy that they have not gone ahead and put any other warning out with this. But again, it's thinking about it. So what's going on, it doesn't have a whole lot that it's pulling from, but you see there's, this area here is basically untouched. And so it's able to pull in some warm, humid air. Oh, heck, I didn't want to do that. Sometimes thinking and talking at the same time doesn't go well. That one. All right. We have an engineer in the building.
Your audio's really low. Can I turn it up real quick?
Sure.
Off the OBS. Off the OBS.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy.
Talk for me, son.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Professional mic check here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I was whispering there for a while.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's why it was low. Because Kinsey was doing her thing, so Paul told me to whisper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've just been listening to it. It's been pretty quiet.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you. Okay, how is that now, Cindy Hull? Is this better? Jeremy just upped our volume. Got somebody watching from Nevada. That's cool. Okay, Lincoln County. Oh, meanwhile, the storm that we were watching. And I can switch the radar mode back to operate. Okay. So yeah, there's still at least a broad rotation going out that storm there in Sharpsburg. Meanwhile, the storm getting ready to come into Russell County. Still continues to show a rotation. That's, again, tornado warning for Adair until 9:15. Somebody else is starting to print out something else. Severe thunderstorm warning, Fleming, Bath, Rowan, Montgomery. Tornado warning. All right. So now we are about to go live on the TV side. So you folks here, you will see the screen with a blank picture. For folks on TV, we are going, I'm getting ready. You want to do the whole kit and caboodle? I'm getting ready to go live on the wall to wall. All right. All righty. So he's going to take care of that. I need to take care of this. You folks can continue to watch. You'll hear and you'll see the maps, but you won't see me unless you're watching TV. Yep.
You ready, Bill?
Yeah.
All right, stand by.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Mack. We want to get you updated on the weather situation. We now have a tornado warning that has been issued. This tornado warning is going to be for areas just east of Lexington. It's a storm that we've been watching since it came out of Fayette County, but now the tornado warning is going to be for Montgomery County until 10:30. It's also going to include Bath County until 10:30 and also include Rowan County until 10:30. Looks like it may be clipping the southern part of Fleming County as well until 10:30. So again, this is a tornado warning for a storm that has been showing rotation really for quite a while, and the folks there in Jackson have gone ahead and issued this tornado warning. So if we are tracking this storm, there you see the communities that are going to be impacted. Owingsville at 10:14, you guys need to be in your safe spots. The storm goes to Olympia at 10:20, Grange City 10:23, Hillsboro, Tommy Lambert there, 10:26, get ready, Salt Lake 10:26 as well. So that is the cell that is headed off toward the east. You see Colfax, Owingsville again involved with this tornado warning. So again, this is a tornado warning for storm that certainly on radar has been showing rotation for quite a while. And with it, they finally have gone ahead and pulled the trigger and issued the warning on it. Slate Valley, again, you're going to be in the path of this. If we're putting the velocity displays on here for you, you can see it's pretty close to Owingsville at this point, where we would be picking that up, or another velocity display. Very strong coming away there from Jackson's radar, south of Owingsville. So again, you're getting some strong winds regardless. So that is your tornado warning. That's looking at it from the Jackson radar. If we go to the Max Track and show you the live look at this as it's approaching Owingsville. So again, it's been this flanking area that we've been watching. So that's going to be pretty close to Highway 60. So again, this is just to the west there of Owingsville, where we're looking at this coming towards Slate Valley. You folks need to be in shelter now. To the north of this, we're likely getting hail, and that is, we're seeing the purple changing kind of that gray shade. So again, this is the tornado warning that we were talking about for Bath County till 10:30. For Montgomery County, truthfully, I think the storm has kind of outrun Montgomery County at this point. Looks like it's just crossed the line. So northeastern corner of Montgomery County, just kind of hanging the shelter there for another couple of minutes. But Bath County, certainly, you need to be ready for this particular storm. Owingsville, Slate Valley. Elsewhere, we have been watching a storm that's also had a tornado warning with it, and we'll expand this out for you. This storm is coming through the southern part of Adair County. Looks like there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll hit this in just a second. This particular storm has had a tornado warning with it all the way from Paducah, and there's the new tornado warning with it. So here's the cell that's coming toward Lake Cumberland. For you folks there in Russell County, be aware that you've got this potentially tornadic storm coming towards you. Russell Springs, Jamestown included with this. So again, for this tornado warning, it's going to be for Russell County until 9:45 Central Time, 10:45 Eastern Time. And that also includes part of Adair County, same 9:45 Central, 10:45 Eastern Time. The storm right now is near Fairplay. Joppa, Russell Springs, certainly in a path for this. You guys need to be in your safe spots as well. The tornado index number pretty high. The hail number, inch and a half, so we're talking just about golf ball size, and again, likely producing that as well. So again, over Fairplay now, Ozark 913, Montpelier 914, Russell Springs 919, Middletown 920. So that, again, for a storm that is showing a lot of shear and has a tornado warning issued for it. Tornado watch is up area-wide. The tornado watch is up until 3 a.m. So why is that tornado watch also up? Because we've got this line coming through now. There is another one from Louisville back to E-Town that also has a tornado warning associated with it. That will be the final line when it does come through. We're talking about the new severe thunderstorm warning. So this severe thunderstorm warning coming through Madison County, no warning. It gets to Estill County, warning comes out. But here you go, 10:30, severe thunderstorm warning for Estill. That's going to include Powell County, the extreme southern part of Menifee County, the western part of Wolfe, Lee County, severe thunderstorm warning, northern part of Jackson County, severe thunderstorm warning, and it is also catching just the northern part there of Rockcastle County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. For that cell, strong damaging winds are a possibility from it. That's going to be in effect until 10:30. So that is a cell that has been going through Madison County, where you're seeing that bowing going on as it's going through Irvin and Ravenna. That's going to be where you're seeing the potential for a strong damaging wind gust. So that is Irvin, Ravenna, that's going to get into the southern part there of Estill County. We're talking about that bowing that you're seeing there. So there we go, right, like that. So again, where you go from strong echoes to no echoes over a very short distance, that is indicative of what would be the bowing there. And again, where you're seeing probably the upper level, or not the rear flanking downdraft coming in behind that and causing those winds to increase. So that's what's showing up there again. We're right outside of Irvin there, basically coming through Ravenna. See, that's again where we would be looking at very strong winds in place for that severe thunderstorm warning in Estill County. So that's getting you the whole picture at this point. So again, for folks though in Bath County, for this cell that we've been watching for a while, that's coming right in on Owingsville. Slate Valley, you've probably got hail ongoing at this point. From Owingsville though, to the east, that is where we are looking at this potentially tornadic storm. Polksville, you're going to be in the path for this. Where we would be looking at this is going to be right in here. So if the storm is tornadic, that's where it's going to be. Why you're seeing that, that's called a flanking line right in there. So what's going on is the air is flowing into the cell, goes up through the cloud, comes back in and around, and that helps to keep the rotation going. So Reynoldsville, Slate Valley, you're getting hail. Wyoming, you're going to get hail. Grange City, you're probably going to end up with hail out of this. But Owingsville, Polksville, Salt Lick, there along Highway 60, be aware that you've got this storm coming your way. This again is the tornado warning, Bath County until 10:30. And we've got it set up so I can actually see things. We have a thing called Weather Service Chat. So this is as stuff is going on, and I get to stay updated. My computer is right here. So that works out well. Montgomery County has been pulled from the tornado warning as it should have been. And so that's why you're just not seeing me on the screen this particular second, because if you did, then I couldn't do the things with this, because, well, without getting technical about it. But again, you folks in Owingsville, tornado warning, you need to be in shelter. So when we're talking about what to do, you guys have seen it with us through the course of years here. We call it Sea Duck. So what you do with it is you want to close all the interior doors. Bedroom doors, closet doors, bathroom doors, all the doors. You want to compartmentalize your house. In a worst case scenario and a home is being hit, the studies have found that if the home is compartmentalized, think of it like a submarine. If the home is compartmentalized, the damage may not be as catastrophic. It has a better chance of survival. So that's what if you have time to certainly go ahead and do that. You want to be downstairs, lowest level you can. House has a basement, you get to the basement, otherwise ground floor. You want to be under something big, heavy, and sturdy that can protect you from flying stuff. A big, heavy table, you can get under a bed, inside a bathtub, under a staircase. all good places to go, something that's strong and sturdy. Center part of the house. Use the walls of the house as layers of protection and keep away from windows and doors. Keep a bike helmet nearby if you can. All that will help you to stay safe. So again, that's for the storm that's in Bath County now, the storm that is approaching Owingsville. So if we were to try and find any rotation on this, let's go back to the Jackson radar. So what are we looking at here? There's the rotation right by Owingsville. Coming right up, basically going right up the hill there, going right up toward Owingsville, right into downtown there. You see P-Sticks, Polksville, Slate Valley. All these communities are going to be close. Polksville is going to be close. Salt Lick's going to be close. But again, we're seeing that rotation right now pretty close to Owingsville. Strong winds. This is going to be just straight velocity being picked up by the radar. Now, this is not necessarily at the surface, but what we're seeing with that is 34-mile-an-hour wind, 34. So again, it's not a top end, but still, this may be spinning up a quick tornado. So for you folks there in Owingsville, be in shelter now, as we just discussed. Mobile home. You got to be out of the mobile home. That is, again, not designed to take even a hit from a weak tornado, and damage can be catastrophic. So again, we recommend that if you can, get yourself to a safe spot now. Hopefully you were doing that before the storms arrived. So again, that storm coming in on Owingsville, we're still showing a pretty broad rotation here on off the MX. So that's, again, where the rear flank downdraft's coming into play. Slate Valley, P-Sticks, with the hail then north of Slate Valley, going up toward Colfax. Let's take you back to the southern storm. And so again, the red flashing gets you the tornado warnings. There's a new tornado warning west of Campbellsville. So that whole part of the line, we're going to have to keep an eye on it as it approaches the 127 corridor over the next hour. There could be a lot of talking here tonight. So again, we're going to take you down to the south. And take you into the storm down there in Russell County. The storm is approaching Russell Springs now. Moving east. So if we're tracking that out, Montpelier 918, Russell Springs 925, Jamestown 929, as you see that fan expanding in size. So that is a storm that still has a high BTI. Hail size has come down some, but still showing shear. So this storm has got a long history with it. Tornado warning for Adair County till 9:45 Central, and for Russell County until 9:45 Central Time. So these are all cells that we are keeping an eye on here. Let's see, the tornado warning, Grayson, Hardin, LaRue. So again, that's the one just out to the west of Campbellsville. There was an 82-mile-per-hour gust. Where was that? Oh, Louisville had an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust officially at the airport. So yeah, that gives you an idea of what these storms are capable of. That's just straight line wind. That was not anything else. And remember, a tornado watch is also in effect until 3 o'clock area-wide. All right. So again, we've been watching the rotation with this cell as it comes out of Adair County south of Columbia. So this looks like it's running south of the Cumberland Parkway there. But it is headed toward Lake Cumberland. Hopefully nobody's on the water. Hopefully they heeded the warnings and all the advisories we were giving folks today before these storms arrived. So let's bring back to the big picture. And so again, we've got these storms going through now. It's the northern and southern flank of that line that has the tornado warnings with it. We also have the severe thunderstorm warnings central for Estill and Powell County, northern Jackson, and Lee counties. Meanwhile, with the final pushback here, you are looking at those severe thunderstorms. In fact, that's a solid line of them with some embedded tornado warnings. That's called a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. Whenever there's a break that shows up, you get the chance to get spin out of it, and that's why those tornado warnings get issued. Meanwhile, we are looking at that tornado warning. It's a fairly small storm, but still has been showing, in fact, it's showing a little better signature now as it's going through Slate Valley. So this has got a little bit of a more north of due east track in Bath County. So again, there is your tornado warning for Bath County, for folks in Rowan County, and it will clip in the southern part there of Fleming County until 10:30. That is your tornado warning. If the storm is tornadic, again, it's going to be close to Slate Valley. So if you take the track up from Owingsville towards Slate Valley, we can go ahead and put get a quick shear rate on it. And not showing much. That's coming off the Jackson radar, so it's not showing much at this point. When we look at the velocity displays off of Jackson, that's broad rotation, straight up velocity. Anything catching the eye there? The storm it may be going through some pulses. Truthfully, it's showing it further south on the velocity displays. Put the radar. Oh, come on. There it is. All righty, so what you were seeing there on the velocity displays is where the rear flank downdraft is coming in through along Highway 60 there on Polksville. There could be some very strong winds, but any rotation potential with that is going to be east of Slate Valley, north of Polksville, it looks like at this point. This again coming off the Jackson radar. Hail, Colfax to Ramey, getting toward Lakeview Heights. You're still in that tornado warning with this. So when we've got the radar on there, and let's go ahead and put the max back on. If I were ambidextrous, I wouldn't have to keep walking back and forth. So again, that's where we're looking at it. North of Polksville, where any degree of rotation is going on with this. It's, again, fairly broad, but still, I think, worthy of that tornado warning. That tornado watch, again, remember, until 3 a.m. for the area. So you folks there need to be in shelters. When we're talking about, again, where to be, if you're in a house, there are some easy ways to look at this. So if we were to go ahead and cut the house apart here, there we go. So where do you want to be? Basement if you can. You want to be underground if you can, if you're in that warning. Middle part of your basement. Get under something, a staircase getting underneath the basement. If it's enclosed, not a bad place to be. If you have a single-story home on the ground floor, that interior bathroom is the best place to be as it's in the middle of the house. You've got walls protecting you. A secondary would be one of these small closets, specifically that one there would not be a bad option. So again, your actual house may vary, but that gives you an idea of where you would need to be. So again, for folks in Bath County, Owingsville, you're clear. So Owingsville, you guys are done. So you're up there on the hill, you guys are okay at this point. It's passed by Slate Valley, but now Colfax and Ramey, you've probably got hail. If the storm is rotating, it's going to be between Polksville and it's just past P-Sticks. We're going to hit anything there. Old Sand Road. So Vance Road, Old Sand Road is kind of where we're looking at this point. And we got new stuff printing out. I can hear the printer going over there, and so I need to check if there's anything new that I need to bring to you whenever that happens. And I keep forgetting I actually have a mouse today to use. So severe thunderstorm, oh, here we go, new severe thunderstorm warning for the stuff coming out of the west. Makes it sound like the Lone Ranger. All righty. Severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a new one. Severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin County until 11, Woodford County till 11, Anderson County until 11. That would also include Shelby County. Essentially now broad brushing this whole storm line as it continues pressing eastward. So we're going to keep an eye on all of that. If it's just severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll take you back to regular programming. As long as the tornado warning is in place, we're here. So again, Owingsville, you're in the clear. The storm looks like it's going to pass just north of Cave Run. You folks in Ramey, the storm is headed to you. You need to be in shelter now. The storm likely hailing there at Colfax. Probably, I would suspect at this point, that does not have a big hail signature, so that might be just maybe a quarter size hail. The storm is on a track to take it toward Moorhead. Hilda, you're going to be close. Moorhead is not included in the tornado warning at this point, but Lakeview Heights is. So again, the storm is running along and just north of I-64. Again, you're seeing that hail signature between Ramey and Colfax, but again, if the storm is tornadic, it's going to be in that area right in there. So this is the area that we're watching. And that is headed off just a little north of due east. So that is why the tornado warning is out there for Bath County until 10:30, Rowan County till 10:30, and southern Fleming County until 10:30. So again, it's maintained that signature here for a while. You folks need to be in your shelters, in your safe spots. If you are in Pea Sticks, Wyoming, Polksville, Stringtown, you guys are basically in the clear, although it may be still really windy there in Polksville. But that storm is basically past you at this point, and again, the rotation would be right in there. So that's the northern storm. We take you back to the southern storm, and we're waiting to see if that's going to get advanced into Wayne County and Pulaski County. My first thought would probably be yes, but it has not been issued yet. But you folks there in around Lake Cumberland and Pulaski and Wayne County, be ready. You've got a potentially tornadic storm coming your way. So the storm now is very close to Russell Springs. See it in there? Jamestown, it's kind of looks like about halfway in between. So what we'll do with this, this is unfortunately kind of a radar no man's land. It's a long way from our radar. It's a long way from the Louisville radar. It's a long way from the Nashville radar. There is a private radar company that has something down there that the folks in Russell County have access to. But again, this is off at a distance. So we're still seeing, again, the potential rotation for that right around Russell Springs. So that's, again, a pretty good rotation there. Middletown, Russell Springs, you folks, you obviously are in shelter. You look toward Eli and Whittle. Yep, Ono, the same thing, be in shelter. Darena, Font Hill, again, be in that safe spot. You're seeing the communities that will be impacted here. The BTI numbers come up a little bit, so that means we still need to really watch this cell. Jericho, Decatur, Honeyacre, be in your shelters now. So you see the time of arrival on all of those for that cell that is coming on through. So Russell Springs, Middletown, be in your safe spots at this point. Montpelier, the storm has passed you. Joppa, Crocus, the same, as the storm is heading off to the east and away from y'all. The storm is on a path. It's going to take it toward Pulaski County and also toward Wayne County. So it's, again, you see Lake Cumberland there. It's going to be headed basically in between, coming right basically just north of the lake, it looks like at this point, but it'll be close. So again, hopefully nobody is in the water at this point. You've got the whole squall line sitting out here to our west with tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it. It's this line too that we were, and maybe why it's getting broad brushed at this point with that solid line of warnings, that we were expecting winds potentially to hurricane force as this whole thing was gathering its energy and then heading on off to the east. So we've seen the development of these storms this evening. The timing was a little slower than we were thinking. It was the storms earlier today that kind of slowed everything down. But it has arrived, and as it's done so, you're seeing again that storm just to the southwest of Moorhead at this point with that spinning column there. That's the radar's algorithm saying that, yeah, I'm seeing spinning in the atmosphere. Although at this point it's fairly high. It's a tall column. And it actually is one of the ways it shows that, okay, this is not close to the surface necessarily, but still the storm has that spin to it. And given the tornado watch that's in place, you have to take, obviously, it very seriously. So with that, we're going to go ahead and bring that back to a straight up and down and just come on in on again straight. So we maintain a good look at it. So again, you see that's the tornado warning for Bath County, Rowan, and Fleming for just a little bit longer. Let's see, Jackson. Severe thunderstorm warning issued from Jackson. Florida, the tornado warning continues. All right, new severe thunderstorm warnings coming out. So again, we've got that storm by Lakeview. Let's go ahead and put the max track back on here. Just get a clean look. And there, okay. So again, you got that storm to the north. New severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, kind of a broad brush on this, but you are looking at a bow echo shaping up there around Campton. So this new severe thunderstorm warning is for Morgan County, as well as Wolfe County. Morgan County until 11, Magoffin County until 11, Wolfe County until 11, Breathitt County until 11. By the way, we had baseball-sized hail in Breathitt County earlier today. That kicks into Lee County as well until 11 o'clock. May clip the northern part there of Owsley County. And for Powell County, also until 11 o'clock for the eastern part of Powell County for that new severe thunderstorm warning. So what's happening here is, you see how the line has changed in orientation? So you've got this part here on a north-south trajectory, and likely very strong winds are along the Mountain Parkway headed toward Campton. But then it goes more east-west as you look back toward Berea. That becomes a very heavy rainmaker. And so you may still see a damaging wind gust out of that around Berea, but certainly very heavy rain, and it may hang around a while as the whole storm motion begins to slow down. The severe thunderstorm warning also continues into Jackson County until 10:30. So that's what we continue to watch with that, and that's down toward Berea. So again, those are severe thunderstorm warnings, but remember, we do have the tornado watch that is in place as well until 3 o'clock. The tornado warning's been extended. So now you have the tornado warning cutting into Rowan County. This does include Moorhead, and so you need to be in shelter now if you're in Moorhead. So the storm is near Ramey, Lakeview Heights. Just bring it over that way. Okay, there we go. So again, there is your new tornado warning for Rowan County until 11. That'll also extend into Elliott County until 11 o'clock. The storm is pretty close to Lakeview Heights at this point. So there's maybe a little better view of it. Near Ramey, Lakeview Heights, if you're tracking, there you go. BTI number keeps creeping up. So it tells you the tornadic potential may be creeping up a little bit. Hail, 1.25 inches, so you're getting almost ping pong ball sized. So it's at Ramey's now, Farmers at 5:32, Lakeview Heights 10:35, Clearfield 10:41, Moorhead same, Hayes Crossing at 10:50, Haldeman getting into the eastern part of the county there at 10:50. So that is the new tornado warning for Rowan. As far north as Triplet. So that is that tornado warning for Rowan and going over into Elliott County. You'll notice that you got that weird little thing like that. That's Carter County, and that's from the National Weather Service office in Charleston, West Virginia. It does those warnings. And luckily tonight had the water stationed nearby. All right, the initial tornado warning, Fleming, Bath, Rowan, has been allowed to expire. Southern Adair County tornado warning has been canceled, but it does continue until 9:45 Central Time for Russell County. Just seeing if there's anything else of note. Not really. Jackson data. New tornado warning, as expected. So we'll get to that one. Let's clear that one off. So we were talking about expecting a tornado warning in Russell and Wayne, and there you go. So we'll get to that one coming up. New tornado warning. And this is going to be it does include Somerset. You folks need to be in shelter. Again, this storm has had a long history of tornado warnings. It's had tornado touchdowns in its path. Not sure over the last half hour, 45 minutes, if it has. But again, the circulation has been maintained. So again, this is a tornado warning until 11:15 for Pulaski County. And it's going to clip the northern part there. Does it clip Wayne? Oh, come in. Technically, it clips a little bit of Wayne there until 11:15. And McCreary, I don't think, gets involved with this. So this is just the extreme northern part of Wayne County, but a better chunk of Pulaski County. is a new tornado warning for that cell again that we've watched here for quite a while. The tornadic part, if there is one, is now passing to the northeast of Jamestown. So again, for you folks in Somerset, in Burnside, Ferguson, Nancy, be in your safe spots. Looks like it's going to be south of Science Hill. Sugar Hill is included in the tornado warning. I don't know if Woodstock is. Nope, Woodstock is not. So that cell, although it's probably not far from Northern Elementary School. You folks in Shopville need to be getting into shelter now as the storm is approaching. So again, it's a circulation that we have been watching here for a while. BTI number is actually fairly small on this, so we'll continue to watch it. But Nancy, 1043, Oil Center, 1047, Oak Hill, 1052. That's going to be south of Somerset. So that cell is, or that storm is coming off to the east. How fast? 38 miles an hour. So let's see if we can get you a different look on this. That's the look from our radar. Let's see if the Jackson radar, what they were looking at, because they're the ones who issued the warning. So we go velocity. There's some strong velocity showing up still in Russell County. And the storm relative, at least strong winds. Kind of still a broad rotation. That cell is in Russell County still. 9:45 Central Time for the Russell County tornado warning. This is now east of Russell Springs. It's going to be east of Jamestown. So again, this is in the eastern part there of Russell County, 9:45 Central for that particular tornado warning. So you folks definitely around Dorena and Whittle need to be in shelter. You're seeing the other communities that are involved here, Eli, Whittle, and then next in line will be Ingle, Bernetta, Naomi, Delmer, Sardis, all included with these. If I'm mispronouncing any of those small community names, my apologies. You look back there toward Oil Center. So again, the storm's on a track pretty close to y'all and basically coming right towards Somerset. So you folks in Somerset need to be in shelter. If you're just tuning in and you're in Pulaski County, again, you have your tornado warning that's in place. That cell is coming out of Russell County, running north of Lake Cumberland, on a path south of Science Hill, well south of Eubank. But again, what do? Well, we'll talk. If you've seen this already a couple of times, if you've stayed with us here, let's show it to you again. We talk about it. It's called CDUC, and what CDUC is a way to find the safe spot in your house. You close the interior doors. Make sure your home is compartmentalized. This does not apply for a mobile home. Mobile homes are not safe regardless. So, but if it's a permanent structure, close the interior doors. All the small closets, the small rooms, make sure if you've got time, close all those doors up. Be downstairs, lowest level you can. You get under something big, heavy, and sturdy. You want to be in the center of the house and keep away from windows and doors. We go through this with every Bill's Weather 101. So the kids, if you've been through one, you know exactly what to do. And hopefully when you finish the Bill's Weather 101 lessons that school day, you went home, you talked to mom and dad, and you found out where your safe spot in the home was, so that when you do come under a tornado warning, like you are now in Pulaski County and Northern Wayne County and Russell County, that you don't panic, that you know where to go, you know what to do, and you can get to that safe spot and be there as these storms come on by. So again, you're seeing that storm headed towards Somerset. It's still a few minutes away, but don't wait. Get to your safe spot now. Keep that information source handy so you can listen in on us and make sure that you are safe. Just seeing if there's anything new coming in, which right now, no. That's good. But we still have to deal with this warning again. So Burnside and Ferguson, Somerset included in that tornado warning. Let's take you up to the northern warning again. And that's the new warning that we had come out for Moorhead there in Rowan County, Elliott County as well. So this particular tornado warning, you see it there from Moorhead, so it's basically close to Moorhead at this point. So the storm is very close to Moorhead. If we put the velocity displays on there, Jackson, there we go. Any shear showing up? A little bit around Moorhead and Brady up to Rodburn. Storm relatives. Broad, showing up there. Oop, bring it back out a little bit. So broad rotation showing up, any the straight up velocity. Same idea, it's a broad rotation around Moorhead at this point, headed toward Christie. So for you folks there, this is a tornado warning for Rowan County and Elliott County. It's going to clip the southern part of Carter County as well, but Rowan until 11 o'clock. Tracking that. So you see Christie there, 1040, Haldeman 1042, Elliotteville. So you're getting off there to the east. That comes in at 1047, and the other communities as you head on off toward the east. So that's the storm in Rowan County. Very broad circulation at this point, but still a tornado warning with it. And it looks like nope, it's just the data showing up, not the warning. There in Carter County, but Elliott also until 11, but Rowan County until 11 o'clock as well for that tornado warning. So if we're to look back to the west, so you're likely getting some hail there around Gates. Moorhead, you've got the cell coming by you at this point, and if you're looking at the storm structure, again, it's not classic, but it's still trying. So you're pulling in there, and well, pull it in there. There's your rotation showing up. And on the rear flank coming down the backside here, so that's creating that little bit of a flanking line that you see. So that's going to be close to Moorhead. We're likely getting hail at Moorhead at this point. So this may be just south and southeast there of Moorhead with the worst of this at this point. With the shear rate, anything? Yeah, so right there is where it's showing up stronger. So again, to the southeast of Moorhead, you guys need to be in shelter now. Some of the Clearfield, it's likely just past Clearfield, but Christie, you see Hammond down there, Elliotteville, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Rodburn, you're close, but probably getting hail at this point. Moorhead, stay in your shelter for another 5 minutes just to be safe. But again, storm likely southeast of Moorhead at this point, and then headed through those rural parts, through the hills there of southern Rowan County. So that is the northern storm. So again, your tornado warning is up for Rowan County, and with good reason here, until 11 o'clock. So that's got another 20 minutes to go. That's an interesting setup, and again, the shear marker showing up pretty strongly here. Let's go ahead and expand that out just to kind of give you a little more clarity. And when you tilt it a little, you can see again, smaller cone. Or smaller cylinder than we were showing you earlier. Remember we were talking about that? Smaller cylinder means that the radar is seeing it at a lower elevation, so it's closer to the ground. So that may be a reason why you are getting that tornado warning issued. But again, you're seeing that strong shear marker showing up, and again, where you get those reds showing up is where you need to be of concern. So you folks in Christie, be ready. The storm is not far from you. You guys need to be in shelter now. Mobile homes, you need to be out of the mobile home. Manufactured house, same thing. Permanent structure, what we talked about, get to that lowest level, that sea duct method we were telling you. But from Christie to Hammond to Elliotteville, be ready, prepared. The storm is headed your way. So that is a cell that certainly is taking on a little more characteristic look than it was a few minutes ago. You know, the cell kind of gets, or the cylinder kind of gets in the way. But it's in that circulation right in there. So Moorhead, you're getting a lot of wind at this point, probably some hail and heavy rain. But luckily, nothing particularly is coming their way. We've got folks, by the way, who are also watching and listening on our Facebook channels, as well on the LAX18 Facebook channel, as well as the LAX18 YouTube channel. So if you are wanting an information source, you can take that in with you. That's a way to keep track with us as well. So that's a new feature we've started here. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Rowan County. The severe thunder for Fleming Bath has been canceled. Let me take you back. New severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so again, your tornado warning for Rowan County. The storm is passing by Clearfield and Moorhead. It's south of Rodburn, but Christie and Elliotteville, the storm is certainly coming very close to you, and you all need to be in your shelters now. In fact, this is taking on even a better signature as it's approaching Christie. So again, Christie, Elliotteville, shelter now. No question on that. So you look there from 11 o'clock for that tornado warning. So the cell is going to be very close to Christie, very close to Elliotteville with that tornado warning. That's one tornado warning on one end of the state. Let's take you to the other side, where we have another tornado warning, and then we'll also highlight the new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. We've got a couple of them out here. So again, the other tornado warnings are going to be down by Lake Cumberland, and we've had this cell on the radar all the way back from Paducah. So you've got your tornado warning for Pulaski County until 11:15. So that cell looks like now it has I think it's actually crossed into Pulaski County at this point, although Russell County technically for another 3 minutes the warning is there, but I think the storm has actually gotten into Pulaski County. So again, Pulaski County till 11:15, and that does include Somerset, it includes Ferguson, it includes Burnside, all the areas around Lake Cumberland there in Pulaski County, as far north as Pointer, Norwood's included, Grundy's included, Drum, Ruth, Shopville, you're going to be included in that as well. It does clip the extreme northern part of Wayne County, so conceivably where that notch is showing up may clip the northern part there of Wayne County, Quinton and Fraser. You may see that as well, but so that that tornado warning for Wayne County also till 11:15. So, but primarily this is a Pulaski County warning until 11:15. Bring that back out. What are we seeing in terms of shear? So yeah, it's showing some as we are looking west of Somerset. That's the rotation, and actually some fairly strong winds on that around Bernetta. So again, that's if the storm is still remaining tornadic, that's where it's going to be. As we've been watching this cell, and the reason why it's been so long-lived, this is at the southern end of the entire line of that first line that's coming on through. So what it's been able to do, it's tapping basically uncontaminated air that comes into it, and so it's able to maintain the instability along for the ride. So you folks there in Somerset, the storm, it does continue to show rotation as it comes toward you, and you have that tornado warning in effect until 11:15. Real quick, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that new severe thunderstorm warning south of Lexington, actually I think it does include Lexington now. So again, this is just getting completely broad brush, but I think that's because the potential is there for some strong straight line winds. So severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30 for Scott County, Harrison County, Nicholas County, Bourbon County, Fayette County, Woodford County, Franklin County, Mercer, as well as Jessamine and Clark and Madison until 11:30. Now, if the tornado warning is expired and we're down to just the severe thunderstorm warnings, we return you to regular programming. But with the tornado warnings that are in place, that's why we are on the air. There's one little section here where there are no warnings right now, Lincoln, Garrett County, part of Madison County. You also have the severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30 for Mercer, Boyle, Casey, throw Washington, Marion, Taylor. Somewhere along the way, Anderson County had to get in here. Anderson County until 11, and Franklin County until 11, Eastern Franklin until 11:30. So that is basically the entire line is being warned for. So let's see why. So we go just to straight velocity displays. There's a lot of wind, so let's just do a couple, we'll just pluck a couple out here, and we'll get you back to the tornado warnings as well. 50-mile-an-hour gusts, these are aloft. 70-mile-per-hour gust aloft, that's in Anderson County. So again, that's going to be, let's be a little bit above the surface here. The bad thing is when I'm on the eyedropper, I can't move the map. So let's, we've got a strong winds there by south of Bardstown. And we'll take you back to that tornado warning in the south first. There's a 66-mile-per-hour gust. So let's go back to Pulaski County. So again, Bernetta, Delmer, is where you're looking at this storm at this point. You see there is rotation, the greens and reds next to each other is what you're looking at. And so we've got pixel there 46, 69, so that's going the same direction. I didn't hit the right pixel. Try that again. 41. One of these days we'll hit the right one. You get the idea. There's a lot of wind, 40 miles per hour plus with these. No new severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado warning expired out west. And I'm just reading, we have a thing called Weather Service Chat that this is how we get information to you pretty quickly. Tornado warning continues until 11, so that's another 13 minutes for Rowan and Elliott. And again, you're looking at that storm, the tornado warning. Let's pop that up there just so you know what we're talking about. Tornado warning right there for Pulaski. Put the radar on. And that storm again headed toward Somerset and Burnside. It may pass just north of Burnside. Let's put the max back on it so we get the live look. So again, that storm, see it there? I believe we hit it. There we go. So Science Hill, you guys are getting hail. Somerset, you're still on the path for this storm to come pretty close to you with the rotation, with strong winds. And again, the storm has continued to maintain its strength, and it has for a long, basically across the entire state. We're highlighted the severe thunderstorm warning there in Taylor. Let's put the tornado warning back for Pulaski until 11:15. So again, you're seeing this, the purple showing up is likely going to be hail. It's the tail end here where you're seeing again that potential for rotation. So that's the southern cell. The northern cell, which is up by Moorhead, that's going to be scooting on out and into Elliott County here shortly. And when it does, technically Elliott County belongs to the Huntington television market. But so it's there in towards Sandy Hook there in Elliott County, but till 11 o'clock there in Rowan County. The storm is just about into Elliott County at this point. It's passed by Moorhead, so you folks can relax now. Clearfield, Lakeview Heights, again, triplet storm's gone by you as well. So we're just talking now the very eastern flank there of Rowan County. So it's kind of where Carter County impinges in from the north, is where you're seeing that by Alt. That's going to be headed over toward Dewdrop, probably just north of Dewdrop and Ibex. When we look at it, Jackson radar is going to be a little closer than we are. Stay there. There we go. Jackson radar, we put a, nope, Jackson radar didn't show up. There we go. So still showing shear, again, right at the Rowan-Elliott County line, but the extreme eastern part there of Rowan County going into the western part of Elliott County. South of Alt, so this is going to pass well north of Sandy Hook there in Elliott County. But again, that storm's still showing a good deal of shear and why the storm continues to be warned for. But again, that's going to be tornado warning until 11 for Rowan County as well as for Elliott County till 11 o'clock. So that's the northern storm. And when you look at the radar depiction, again, it's trying to wrap in. It doesn't have quite the same look that it did a few minutes ago, but it may just be going through a pulsing at this point. But that tornado warning still holding for the extreme eastern corner of Rowan County for another 10 minutes. That'll probably be pulled a couple of minutes early. Storm back to the south. So again, you see the entire plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings that are out there, essentially from Cynthiana all the way down to Lake Cumberland. You are looking at severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see, it's hard to tell where one warning stops and the other ones are without. But right now, Richmond, technically, I think you're about the only place without a warning. But that said, we're still seeing a pretty good signature here just to the southwest of Somerset. So for you folks there around Oak Hill, you need to be in your safe spot now. You can see the community of Nancy right smack in the middle of the cylinder there. The cylinder does not mean tornado. Well, just need to make that clear. It shows that there's shear in the storm, in the cloud, but it does not mean that there is a tornado. It's a tool to help us basically figure out where the shear is. So right now that shear is pretty close to Nancy. You can see it's headed towards Somerset and Ferguson. If you go ahead and plot that out. So again, basically over Nancy right now. Oil Center 1056, Oak Hill at 11. You've got Somerset at 1103. Head toward Sugar Hill at 1108, so getting a little north of Somerset at that point. The BTI numbers come down, but the hail size has gone up. So now you're at egg-sized hail out of this storm. So if this storm is producing hail, where would that be? So let's pull that off. And again, there's your tornado warning. The hail-producing part of the storm is likely going to be just north of Somerset at this point. We can show a hail swath. It's likely going to be behind where the hail actually is. So it's pulling the hail to the north of the actual circulation center. That's how these things kind of work out. The shear is showing up a little east of Nancy between there and Ferguson. When you're looking at the velocities on the storm, again, Sardis and Nancy, so that's where the circulation is showing up, headed toward Bourbon, Ferguson, and towards Somerset, especially the south side of Somerset. So you're coming up now on the bypasses around Somerset, on the west side especially. For you folks there at Lake Cumberland, going up there towards Shafter, if you're up getting the coves there, you're very close to that particular cell, the main body of Lake Cumberland. Right now, looks like the storm right now is passing north of that, but still you have the tornado warning in place for Pulaski County until 11:15. So it's got a long way to go before it gets out of Pulaski County. When we expand it back out, you see the storm is passing south of Science Hill at this point. It's a lot of lines showing up here. If we pull the skit lines off, just to clarify things a little bit for you here for a second. So again, you're seeing that inflow going in south, just on the southern edge there of Somerset, although it's close enough that everybody in Somerset needs to be in shelter now. And again, you don't panic, you get to your safe spot, you wait for the storm to pass. Ferguson over to Cedar Grove is going to be pretty close. Burnside, it may pass just north of you. If the storm is producing hail, likely going to be in that purple shading that you see there, north of Somerset, on that northern part of the bypass up toward Barnesburg there, that's going up where Highway 80 heads up to the north. So that is where we would be seeing that. So you folks in Shopville still need to be in your safe spot as well. Science Hill, you're seeing a big storm, heavy rain, strong wind, but likely not seeing the tornadic part of this storm, if it has one still. So again, your storm relatives, velocity. So when we talk about storm relative, what the radar sees is either coming toward the radar or away from the radar. That's it. Then we interpret from that on the raw display if there's a rotation there. When you take storm relative, then the computers go to work, and what they do is they factor in the storm motion and are able to subtract or add it out depending on how things are moving. And so it sometimes can give you a clearer picture of where the strongest rotations might end up being. And so that's the function of the storm relative velocity and why we tend to rely on it a lot. But near Chipola at this point is where you are looking at what could be a strong rotation. Trying to click it. Try one more time. If I step away, sometimes it gives it enough. Nope, it doesn't want to do it. Oh, because I haven't told it to do that. All right, so there we go. By Sardis and a little north of that, so we'll pull it just from there. So you've got about 100 miles an hour of wind going different directions. So when you are talking about going away from the radar and toward the radar, remember this is the one in Jackson, so there is your rotation right in there, sitting just to the southwest of Somerset. So again, the radar presentation remains good on this. Circulation may be a little broad, but it is certainly there. This is just picking up straight line wind. So again, this is just the raw data. So when you're getting to that bright green, that's showing almost 100 miles per hour of the wind. That's going to be aloft. That's not at the surface because again, you're away from the radar site, and the radar beam increases with altitude as it goes away from the radar. So you're in south central Kentucky here, and you are looking at, again, you're 4,000 or 5,000 feet up at least, but that's still a lot of wind that this storm is able to get a hold of. When you've got a convective storm going on, you've got winds that are moving vertically. And so what happens then is you can indeed tap some of that upper energy and translate it down to the surface. And so that's what we may be seeing right in there. So Bourbon, you folks are next in line. There's Oak Hill. So again, for folks out there by Southwestern High School, you guys need to be in shelters now. You should have been there a while ago, but you definitely need to be there now. And the storm is impinging on Somerset here shortly. So again, you're seeing the densely packed streets there as you get into Somerset. So that is where the storm is. And now you got some bigger hail likely showing up on the north side of Somerset here. So again, this storm is going through, it looks like an uptick in its strength. And it's been probably pulsing like this for a few hours now. But Pulaski County, your tornado warning until 11:15. The tornado warning on the north expires in 3 minutes. That's the Elliott-Rowan County. So that is some good news with that. Tornado warning south out toward the Bowling Green area. Tornado watch has been canceled in and around the Louisville metro, but that doesn't affect us yet. Okay, so we're still seeing this continuing in progress. Okay. As of 10:54, train spotter southwest of Somerset had a visual on a tornado as well as multiple power flashes. So that was, again, as of 10:54. So that, and I'm seeing if you beg my pardon here just for a second, somebody's got a drone shot of, that may be from the Lake Cumberland Amateur Radio Association. So they what may or may not be a tornado showing up on a drone shot, but it's kind of backlit by lightning. So again, we talked about the storm trying to pulse back up, and indeed it might be. So you folks there, Ferguson, Bourbon, Alcalde, Ruth, be in shelters now. Nancy, the storm has passed by you, but again, that's the tornado warning for Somerset, for Pulaski County until 11:45. And we're watching this storm trying to continue to wrap itself up. Strong shear now showing up. Ferguson, Bourbon, you folks are in shelter now. This is right now south of 80, but that will, I don't think, actually, is that 80? That's not 80. That might be, oh golly, it's not going to give me it. And I apologize for not having it right off the top of my noggin. 90, maybe. Okay, and you notice the color just changed here. Okay, so when the color changed, what does that mean? Confirmed tornado warning. That means we've seen what we just had here, the tornado on the ground. So for you folks there in Pulaski County, and showing up again, oh, much more vividly now. So the storm has really pulsed up here in the last couple of minutes. So this is a tornado very close to Ferguson and Bourbon. For you folks there, shelter. Alcalde, and again, I apologize for the pronunciation, be in shelter. Meese, Colo, Ruth, in shelter now. To the east of that, Dykes, Mount Victory, in shelter now. Whitestone, Goodwater, it's going to be close to you, so you guys need to be in shelter now. And that storm again getting into the central and eventually the eastern part of Pulaski County. So again, this is now a confirmed tornado warning. So again, Ferguson, you guys are right there at this point, 11:45. Your safe spots, again, we've talked about it already tonight and we'll talk about it here again. Center of your house, downstairs, under something where that you can be protected by. And keep a bike helmet if you got one handy. If not, just keep away from the windows and doors, but be in the center of your house. So we are looking at that storm near Ferguson, near Bourbon, And the shear again on this storm showing up pretty strongly near Elu, north of Cedar Grove, likely just south of Somerset, at least downtown Somerset, but of course Somerset has expanded so much with the bypasses there. So again, you are getting in on that raw velocity. Again, we were showing you how strong those winds were and how the convective nature of the storm has tapped some of those winds now and is able to bring them around in a circle. But again, we were showing you these numbers earlier. This is again going to be a loft, but you are looking at 114 mile per hour wind showing up. While you're looking at that, I can tell you how high up it is, but I have to actually go to my radar to look at it. So that is showing up at about 5,000 feet up. So that's where we're picking that very strong wind up. But remember, the storm is able to capture some of that wind energy and bring it down to the surface. And so again, for you folks south of Somerset in Pulaski County, this is the storm that is headed towards you. Alkade, Ruth, Colo, Meese. The storm is coming your way. Now when we factor in again the storm motion, that's how you're able to see, instead of just the raw what direction is the wind going, now you're taking into account the storm motion and able to see circulation out of the deal. And again, the storm very close to the bypass there on the southeast side of Somerset, passing by Bourbon at this point. You can see what Murphy Avenue, Dry Branch Road, again just south of Ferguson, where we're seeing these strong winds showing up. So again, just look for greens and reds next to each other. 72 next to a 31, so you've got a 100 miles per hour spin going right in there. So that's what we see showing up, and that's near Jones Knob Road. So you folks there in Pulaski County, southern half of Pulaski County, you need to be in your shelter now. Radar depiction of that, a little too close in. But again, the hooking is going on there, Bourbon up toward Ferguson, but it's in that rotation area right in there that we're seeing that getting ready to cross that southeast bypass there going around for folks there in Pulaski County. Ruth, Colo, again, shelters now with this particular storm. Burnside looks like it's passing just north of you, and it's going to be, looks like staying south of 80. That's going up there through 80. Again, this is a tornadic storm near Somerset, but it looks like on the south side of Somerset. So you folks in Woodstock are fine, Science Hill you're fine, Eubank you're fine. But again, Somerset southward with this, there is your tornado warning. And again, that's in effect until 11:45. Ellen, you're done. So we're going to be on this. Look, you can see the hooking actually is trying to increase a little bit here. It's becoming a little more dramatic. So what we're looking at goes in like that. So it's in this area that we've been talking about, right in here. That's your circulation center, right around Ferguson, headed toward Ruth, headed toward Dykes, headed toward Colo. It's going to be awfully close. So that's your tornado warning until 11:45. So that is the view from the Jackson radar. And again, the storm relatives strong. That is definitely not a weak circulation showing up. And so that's what we are seeing with this cell, and it's getting close to Ruth at this point. You guys need to be in your shelters. The shear rate, pockets of strong showing up. So you see the strong up there. That again is taking the winds at different altitudes, looking at what directions they're going, how much shear are we seeing. And so that's what we're seeing there near Alkade and Ruth. The storm is going to be headed toward Drum and Dykes, Whetstone eventually. The storm now to the southeast of Somerset, but that tornado warning for Somerset eastward until 11:45. It does include Highway 80. So again, for you folks all there, be aware that you are included in that. So that's the confirmed tornado warning until 11:45. And again, it's wrapped up. That now is a classic looking supercell signature. So storms go through life cycles. They mature, they can decay some, but they can also reform. And this continues to pull in basically pristine air from the south. Keep in mind, this part of Kentucky has seen very little in the way of storms today, so this air was completely unworked over. And so that's what it's been working off of. In the bigger picture, there again, you're seeing what's going on. The last of the tornado warning for Elliott County. We've got strong thunderstorms coming through. Didn't mean to neglect other folks on this, but we've got strong thunderstorms now coming from with severe thunderstorm warning. So again, when I say the town here, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Cynthiana, Paris, Carlisle. Carlisle, the storms are not quite to you. Paris, they're almost to you. Lexington, they're here now, especially onto the north side. For folks in, let's just bring the live up here. All right. So again, Lexington, you've got the big storms in place right now. Severe thunderstorm warning. So all these severe thunderstorm warnings until 11:30. Nicholasville, Versailles, Frankfort, you guys are just about done. Then you get down into Harrodsburg, severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30. Mercer County. Danville, same, severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30. That continues to Casey County, severe thunderstorm warning. So this is for damaging wind gust potential with this cell that's coming, or this line that's coming through. This was the big squall line that we were worried about. So the potential is there for these storms to produce very strong winds, and in fact did in the Louisville metro, where we had an 80-mile-per-hour gust confirmed at the Muhammad Ali Airport, Standiford Field. So we're also looking at flood advisories that have been issued. Franklin, Scott, Spencer, Anderson, Woodford for heavy rain that's been ongoing. Oh, Bullitt County, okay, I don't need that. I'm reading stuff as I go here, so I apologize that I know it doesn't make necessarily scintillating TV. New tornado warning. Okay, we're going to take you back to the south. So we've highlighted the severe thunderstorm warnings. Our power just flickered here. So with that, we'll give you the big picture and bring you in. So there are your new tornado warnings, and it's confirmed tornado warnings. So it's for that cell that's been just plowing its way across Kentucky. This cell started back around Paducah. So now you're talking new tornado warnings until midnight for Laurel County, the extreme southern tip of Rockcastle County until midnight, and now the eastern part of Pulaski County until midnight. That's a new confirmed tornado warning. That's why you see it flashing as purple as opposed to the red that we normally show you on what is now a classic looking supercell storm. Poplarville, Drum, my goodness, we've mentioned you already. You guys need to be in that shelter now if you're in Drum. Acorn, you're probably getting the hail, but you're going to be close. Dykes, storm is next in line for you. Bent, same idea. You got Whetstone. You guys need to be in your shelters now. You should have been there before. Get there now. Continues back toward Ruth. So again, we are looking at that, still showing a very well-defined circulation center. And so again, you got your inflows coming in from Poplarville, strong winds coming in like that, and then the rear flank comes in back around the backside, and that's what provides the rotation for you. And that's what we've been seeing as this storm has come all the way across Kentucky. So again, there's your confirmed tornado warning for a storm that is in Pulaski County. And again, it has a confirmed tornado designation on it. This is one to not mess around with at all. So we'll actually put that back on the live. If we go back to the Jackson radar, because it's a little bit closer and can give you a little better view. Same idea, I mean, nothing changes with that. So again, you've got the hook signature showing up. You expand it out, I mean, that's what you look for. And it had been a little ragged back here, but it is certainly intensified. But remember, again, we were just talking about a second ago, this area didn't see the storms earlier. It was in the upper 70s and around 80 earlier today. Dew points were in the 70s. That's thunderstorm food. And it didn't get contaminated by any of the storms from today. They died before they got there. And so this is what this storm is ingesting now, and one of the reasons why it has really ramped up here in the last 15 minutes or so. So you folks in London, you need to be in shelters. You folks in High Top, Bald Rock, shelters. Look toward Billows there. That's the southern tip there of Rockcastle. That's right where Rockcastle, Laurel, and Pulaski come together. But you all need to be in shelters. Now, we're seeing that storm there by Ruth, by Dykes. Again, that's where you're seeing the circulation really beginning to ramp up. That's going to be headed toward Acorn here. Again, we had confirmed sighting of this storm when it's coming across Lake Cumberland, or near Lake Cumberland. So you folks, it's on a path right now, taking it between, well, let's do this. Let me see how fast it's going before I actually plot it out. I could guess the storm also has a considerable damage threat attached with it. Spotters confirmed tornado. Mount Victory, 11:15. Should be there now. Bunch around 11:25. Other paths, London, Levi Jackson, State Park area. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter. They're saying this is a large, extremely dangerous, potentially deadly tornado. So again, hopefully we haven't downplayed that at all to you. That your takeaway from this, that what we've been looking at, the storm is moving east at 45. All righty, so let's do this. All right, so you got the cell right now is near Dykes. Right there. Okay. So Whetstone at 11:16. Goodwater 11:17. Bernstadt at 11:31. Keevee, you're getting into Laurel County there, obviously, 11:33. Sublimity City 11:37. Pittsburgh, north of London there, 11:37. East Bernstadt 11:37. London 11:38. That's your time of arrival on this cell. So again, it's taken on a very strong signature to it. Right over Dykes. It's gone by Colo. Somerset, you are in the clear now from that cell. There are still strong thunderstorms back to the west, but from the tornadic cell for the moment, Somerset, you are in the clear. It's going to pass, likely stay south of 80, and that cell has hail with it. And again, we could see hail up to 2 inches in diameter, maybe bigger. There you see again the shear rate showing up there around Dykes. Still an impressive storm relative velocity signature, Colo and Dykes. So again, for you folks there, you are obviously in shelter. And at night, you can't see anything anyway. Don't be outside with the cell camera. Okay, we got to the point where we have to actually mention that sometimes. But you don't want to be doing that. So there again, we're seeing the strong winds. There's 100, well, just moved on me, so let's try that again. And again, this is coming from Jackson, so it's not straight live data, but it's close. So there, you're picking up a 60 mile an hour and 20, so you got 90 miles per hour there of shear. And again, when we're talking about how the radar works here, you're either going toward the radar or away from the radar. So there's your toward the radar, there's your away from the radar, and again, that implies that there is the rotation going on there, which when we pop the radar display on it, fits right where we're looking at it. So again, this is a pretty classic signature for you. So strong winds now going on there around Dykes. And what's also happening here, you're seeing that sharpening of the edge. That sharpening the edge right there toward Mount Victory. That's going to be some really strong winds. So this is part of the rear flank downdraft. It's the rear inflow jet going on in there, and it's getting wrapped around. And so right around Mount Victory, you're going to see some really strong winds coming down, and maybe straight line winds. They could be twisting, but I think the twist is going to be a little bit north of Mount Victory. The bottom line is this is a potent supercell storm that continues moving across Pulaski County, and it's almost into Laurel County. Not quite there yet. That black line you see there, that's going to be the Laurel County line. So it's not quite there yet. Keep in mind that we still have a line of severe storms back to the west of this. We have severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is where this entire system, how we were talking about the potential for hurricane force winds, well, it's most likely going to be in that line that's coming in from the west at this point. That's where the system has been able to congeal its energy and slide it eastward, in fact, moving at a pretty good clip now. But again, our supercell sitting here in Laurel County, in Pulaski County at this point. So that is your current setup. Just seeing if anything, I'm just checking the data feed. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. Bluegrass Airport at 11:10 had a wind gust to 62 miles an hour. Preceding that, there was a wind gust at 11:06 of 59 miles an hour. So we are well over tropical storm force. We're over gale force. We are approaching hurricane force on those winds. That's why the severe thunderstorm warnings and what we've been talking about here for the last couple of days. With that, so again, there is our tornado warning for Pulaski. And again, it continues to have a classic supercell look. The hook, what may be happening is that rear flanking downdraft may be just kind of undercutting a little bit here. And if that's the case, that it may be going through another pulsing phase, because not quite the same dramatic look that it had a second ago. That said, there is a confirmed tornado warning with this. So again, it may be going through a pulsing. It may be on the ground right now, maybe not, but you can't take that chance. Dykes, Anno, Acorn, probably getting the hail up there, but you're close, especially Anno, and again, getting ready to cross into Laurel County. So that's your confirmed tornado warning at this point. And again, when you look at the storm relatives on this, there it is. I mean, now, when I say there it is, again, that's 4,000 feet up that you're seeing that. Not necessarily to the surface, but in all likelihood, this storm is rooted at the surface. We talk about sometimes these storms are not, and the strong winds maybe a few hundred feet off the ground because there's an inversion layer sitting here. This storm is rooted at the surface. And so again, every likelihood that this storm is producing a tornado somewhere around Dykes as you look in Pulaski County. The storm is going to be getting close to High Top here. It's getting into that eastern section here of Laurel County, western section of Laurel County. Bernstadt you see up there to the north, High Top, there's Keevee, Bald Rock, etc. So, and Laurel Lake. When you pop the, again, their confirmed tornado warning, let's get the radar back on here. Yeah, so again, not quite the hook, but still an obvious notch ongoing with that. And also a very sharp back end. So again, it implies where your rear flanking downdraft's coming around. The hail core may be headed more toward London, but it's going to be awfully close with the tornadic part of the storm as well. Mentioned a second ago that there is a new severe thunderstorm warning, so let's hit it quickly and then get you back. Actually, see how much. All right, here we go. So the new, trying again to pluck it out, but the new severe thunderstorm warning, Madison County until midnight, Garrett County until midnight, Southern Jessamine till midnight, Lincoln till midnight, Casey till midnight. I think Russell can be tossed into that as well. Russell until 11 o'clock Central, so midnight Eastern. So this is looking at off our radar. And by the way, there's another tornado back toward Bowling Green. So again, just a different source, a different direction of looking at it. We're showing still, off the max track here, we're showing still a real good inflow with this. So again, you are likely seeing that particular cell. One thing I want to double check. So again, you're just going to look at the radar here for a second. But and by the way, if you are not able, or if you're wondering how to catch us when if you're headed to your shelters now, we are also on, at least last time I checked, we were on LAX's Facebook as well as LAX's YouTube channel. But the one thing I was checking is whether or not.
So the video of the tornado in Somerset is, you can see
Yeah.
cone-shaped tornado.
Okay.
He's supposed to be emailing it to you.
Okay, well, tell him to put it on the air. I can't get it on the air.
Yeah.
So do this, Steve. Yeah, well, we're playing TV right now. So do this. When it's ready to go into the system, give me the voice overhead and let me know it's coming. Okay. So we've got video of the tornado coming through. So this is the joy and the beauty of these wall-to-wall cut-ins, is that you get this kind of peek behind the curtain here. So that is a really interesting look back there around Ruth. But again, if the tornado's going on, it's going to be right in here. So Drum and Dykes, and this thing is really slowed down as well. So you get out here toward Whetstone. So again, that's off of our radar, which I take that back. So let's bring you back to the Jackson radar. I'm going to have to check something here in a second. Oh, come on, Jackson radar. I have a sneaking suspicion. That's what I thought. Okay. I'll have to go fix something in a second. But there is your confirmed tornado warning for Laurel County until midnight. You are also looking at that confirmed tornado warning for Pulaski County until midnight, although the cell's going to be out of Pulaski County, well, at least that part of the warning. But it'll be before midnight before it gets out of Pulaski County. But for Laurel County, shelters now. I mean, no two ways around it. And that's covering a pretty broad swath. Certainly from Pittsburgh south, you need to be in shelters. And we're talking Fairston, we're talking Lilly. You guys need to be not thinking about it, you guys need to be getting there. High Top, London, Brock, again, you're looking at that cell coming in. Hail is likely with this as well. Let's go ahead and expand that back out. And the velocity, well, let's put the shear back on with that. So it's still showing a strong shear indicator, not far from the Pulaski County line. If you want the measurement on this for you folks in London, how far away is it from you? Let's see. So from that shear marker, oop, thought I had it. Maybe not. There we go. So from that shear marker to London, we're 15 miles out. The storm's moving at about 30. So you don't have a whole lot of time to get to your safe spot, but you don't panic. Don't panic at this point. If you're in London, if you're at Corbin, it's going to pass north of you, it looks like. But if you're in High Top, if you're in Lilly, you've got a couple of minutes to get to where you need to be. But don't dilly-dally. Get there. And again, still showing a real good gate-to-gate, wow, real good gate-to-gate shear right there south of Goodwater. So again, you're seeing the bright color showing up. So that's the radar's way of saying, look here, 75, 20, I might have hit the wrong pixel. There we go, 78 and 59. So 130 mile an hour shear on that. In fact, there's a bigger one than that. See if I can hit that one. Nope, missed it. 110. So that's one direction, 110. Combine that with 56. So now we are talking at least a few thousand feet up. You've got shear gate to gate. This is going next to each other of almost 160 miles per hour. In fact, 166 miles an hour. So again, this storm has every potential to be a big tornadic storm. Oh. So tornado warning for Pulaski County until, thank you, Will. For Laurel County until midnight, and that does include London. Doesn't necessarily include Corbin. But again, we're showing you some incredible amounts of shear going on with this storm. So this storm is every bit as advertised. We've got flood advisories going up. That's flood advisory, Morgan, Magoffin, Powell, Bath, Menifee. Basically, if you live in a flood-prone area in those most communities now in the east, just don't drive across a flooded road. Be prepared to move to higher ground if necessary. We've got reports of limbs and utility poles down. So if you're in the control room there, limbs and utility poles down along 62 between Versailles and Midway. So you may want to check that out. So that's what the storm that came through that also produced the 60-mile-an-hour wind at the Bluegrass Airport. So again, that's officially measured wind. So again, there is your tornado. It's just crossing now from Pulaski into Laurel County. Our radar display on this, I'm hitting, there we are. So the radar display is a little ahead of where the velocities are showing up. But this is headed toward High Top. It's on a path that's going to take it awfully close to London. So again, you folks need to be in your shelter. So again, let's highlight, if you're in Laurel County, western Laurel County, London, east of 75 even, if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured house, you need to be out of those. They are not safe in any tornadic situation, let alone something that's showing 150 mile per hour shear potential out of it. If you are in a permanent structure, well, we can show you what to do, or at least one way to try and be safe. And with it, so you get your schematic here of the house, and you want to be, if you have a basement, you want to obviously be there. That's the safest place to be. If there's a way to get under that staircase, even better, because that's a strong, sturdy structure. If you do not have a basement, you want to be on the ground floor, and you want to be in the interior part of the house. So that's a bathroom, that's a closet, a small hallway in the middle part of the house, someplace where you can be enclosed and surrounded by walls. That's a good one. That's an okay spot right there. What's not good? Anything along an outside wall. That's a dangerous place to be. So again, that's how you can try and stay safe with the tornado. And again, as we've talked with the kids, with every Bill's Weather 101, it's like, don't panic. Know what to do. You know where to get to. And now we're picking up a debris signature. That's what I went back to check a second ago. So now we are indeed getting a debris signature from this storm. That's one of the first times we've been able to show you something like this. That's the storm now that's crossing from the Pulaski-Laurel County line. So again, that different looking twisting icon is stuff that has been lifted aloft. And that is what we are picking up at this point. So that is a sign that this is indeed a confirmed tornado. When you look at the, right there. Okay, so this is something we don't show you very much. This is some dual pole data, but we're seeing that blue showing up. That is, see in there, that's where debris is being picked up by the radar. So stuff has been taken aloft, and now, since it's being picked up by the radar, we're talking this is now going to be a few thousand feet up in the atmosphere. And so this is what's going through Laurel County, or coming into Laurel County now. So you folks, again, around the High Top there, Bernstadt, it's close, but it's going to be approaching I-75 and US 25 here in just a few minutes. But again, we now have a confirmed debris signature. It shows up on the radar data. So this is every bit as advertised here. This is one of those supercells we were afraid of we were going to see tonight. And there you go. And look what's happened. How we talk about how a storm pulses. How it had kind of flattened out a few minutes ago. Well, now it's sharpening back up again. And so it's going through another life cycle. London, folks in London, shelter now. You should have been there already. If you haven't, get there now. Take your cell phone, you get on Facebook or YouTube, find our feeds there. You can listen to us, you can watch us, just like folks have been doing all night on our feeds. This is at least I assume that we are still broadcasting on those, but when I last left it, we were. But again, for you folks in London and Pittsburgh, this storm is coming right at you. Strong, strong rotation showing up. So again, you're seeing how everything's now beginning to wrap in together here, and we're talking 100 mile per hour plus of spin. So this is more than just a little spin up tornado potential. This is something that is confirmed on the ground. We're trying to effort some video of this now, but the signature is certainly strong. between High Top and Bernstadt, that's our exclusive shear markers here. But again, just to reiterate that is confirmed data. That's what you see showing up there, that spinning icon like that looks different than the other cones do or the other cylinders do. But again, how you've got another big inflow going on and the storm rotating in and around. But again, this is on a path taking it right toward London. The other big part of the line, again, there have been near hurricane force winds with that part of the line that extends from Lexington to Nicholasville to Danville to just about Liberty. On the northern flank, you folks there in Carlisle and Paris have been seeing that. Winchester getting in on that. Richmond, you'll be getting in on that as well. There are severe thunderstorm warnings, but that'll be primarily straight line winds. Could there conceivably be some little spin up out of that? Perhaps. That's a different beast than what we've got going on to the south. So let's take you back down to where we have our confirmed tornado. And this, you see how there's nothing going on below it. So this is just pulling in storm food. The heat and humidity still filing into this storm, and it is able to take that energy. And you folks in London, it's just about on you. So again, shelter now. Fairston, shelter now. Lilly, shelter. Sublimity City, Pittsburgh, shelter now. Bernstadt, close enough, shelter now. You get out toward Brock, Lesbos, you guys need to be in your shelters now. And it will be crossing I-75 here shortly. So again, this is a powerful storm sitting now north of High Top. You're going to see that storm coming on in. Let's see if we can get any road names showing up here. Well, West Laurel Road. I'm trying to get a cross street for you. Wyan Pine Elementary. It's going to be awfully close to you folks out there. Parker Road, you see, there's Sublimity, there's Keavy. There you see London. So again, this is getting very, very close, and you guys need to be there. So again, from Wyan Pine Grove through Colony, going to be awfully close to Colony. Be in your shelters now. Again, confirmed debris signature showing up with this. A strong inflow. The storm is hooked back around again. And so you're seeing what is a strong confirmed tornado. There is your tornado warning for Laurel County until midnight. The storm is pretty much out of Pulaski County at this point. So we are looking at this. There still may be some very strong winds on the back inflow, that rear inflow jet going in like that. So again, you may still be getting some strong winds, but the rotation is now out here in Laurel County and headed on up toward London. This is on a path taking it right toward London. Let's put the skits, I think. We have those. There we are. So with that, there you go. So the tornado debris signature extent is 10.8 miles so far. You are looking at the BTI number. It's come down a little bit. The hail size has come down a little bit. But Bernstadt, 1143. Pine Grove, 1146. Sublimity City, 1147. London, 1148. So that puts it in there in about 15 minutes. I would say less than that. In fact, I would guarantee less than that because it's pulling from back here where I started that, where the arrow was. But if it's tornadic, it's going to be out ahead of that. So again, that's where your wrapping is going to happen. So let's go ahead and put a manual one on this. So with that, we'll take it from right about there. Oh, heck. Try that again. That's what happens when you get an itchy thumb. One more time. So about 30-some miles an hour. There we go. This may be a little more accurate. About the same times. 1147 for London, 1147 Pittsburgh.
Bill, we have a picture of the tornado.
Okay, let's go ahead and this was taken from the Lake Cumberland. Wow. Okay. What was word from above? Do we have the source?
It's Brian Karsner.
Okay.
Around Cumberland Lake at 11 o'clock.
Okay. Well.
Brian Karsner.
Okay. That is, if that, I see no reason right now to doubt that. So again, that's about as classic a look as you're going to get. So that is, the storm was confirmed as a tornado. We had power flashes, we're getting debris signatures. So yeah, we'll have every reason to believe that this is a good picture, and an amazing picture at that, of the storm that is now barreling in on London. For you folks in London, it's going to be windy. You may get a lull in the rain, where it gets kind of quiet. And it does sometimes. If you're in the right or the wrong place with a storm like this, you can indeed get a calm before everything comes roaring in on you. So again, London, the storm is basically on top of you in the next couple of minutes. We showed you 10 minutes or so. I think it's going to be less than that, at least a little bit less. So that is the storm as it's coming towards you now. Severe thunderstorm warning, or excuse me, tornado warning confirmed for Laurel County until midnight. And that cell, it's surrounded by a severe thunderstorm warning now. So you're getting large hail potential out of this. You're seeing strong straight line winds in addition to the spinning of that tornado warning that is out there. So again, for folks in London, you're in shelters now. Lily, it's going to be awfully close to you, but probably passing just north, close enough that you are in shelter now. Over toward Brock, and again, it's beginning to impinge on London coming down Highway 25 there. You are seeing that coming on in. So again, we are looking at that tornadic storm. In the last little bit here. See, again, how we're talking about the cell going through different cycles. And there may be another cycle about to commence here. They're seeing some flanking going on down a little bit further to the south. That actually could be part of the debris there around High Top. But again, Fairston, High Top, Lily, Boring, Brock, London, Pittsburgh, in shelters now. No two ways around that. You need to be in a safe spot, because this, I mean, that picture that's an oh my gosh moment when you see something like that. So again, there's your confirmed tornado warning until midnight for the storm that is cutting across Laurel County now. Still west of 75. Again, it's taken on just a little bit more ragged look. So again, it may be going through, again, we talked about how it pulses, and that certainly could be going on. I've just seen another pic from the storm when it was going through Russell County. Let me check if there's any new stuff I need to worry about here. Flash flood warning. So, okay, we have a flash flood warning. I'm not going to be able to show it to you right off. Magoffin, Perry, Breathitt, Knott, Leslie, Clay, Lee, Floyd, Letcher, Pike. That is a flash flood warning. So again, flood-prone areas, be prepared to move to high ground immediately. Never drive across a flooded road. Also severe thunderstorm warning, Laurel, Owsley, Pulaski, Breathitt, Clay, Powell, Estill, Jackson, Wolf, Rockcastle, Lee. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to be until 12:15. So that's where we are with the warnings. Let's go ahead and bring you back again. So we've watched the evolution here. And as we've watched the evolution, you see it's kind of flattened out a little bit. And I said, I was wondering if it's going to go through another cycle coming through on the southern flank here. The storm right now is likely just south of London. Let's put the storm relatives on here again. Again, yeah, Sublimity City, Wine Pine Grove. Again, for my friends there at Wine Pine Grove Elementary, you guys need to be sheltered now. So you see Sublimity City, Fairston, toward Brock, toward Lily. Again, you're still getting rotation, and still we picked up another debris signature again. So when we're talking about that debris signature, that's that blue in amongst everything else. Basically what the radar is seeing is it's kind of the old Sesame Street, one of these things not like the other. Within the storm, you get fairly uniform stuff. The raindrops or the hailstones are fairly uniform. When you start getting things that are debris, They are different sizes, different shapes, and the radar picks that up as an irregularity, and that's what's showing up there. So that, again, debris possible, and that's what is showing up with this. So again, you're seeing the TDS extent and the BTI number. Again, that's the tornado index that's built into our radar system. That has now kicked back up to a 7.2. Hail size not overly dramatic, surprisingly. But again, Pine Grove, so again, our friends there at Wyan, Pine Grove 1147, Sublimity City 1148, London 1149, although I think it'll be a little sooner than that. Boring 1155, Brock at 1155. You get to Cane Creek at midnight. So that for the cell with the debris signature showing up. So that's about as clear as we're able to tell you that this is going on. Our shear, if you look at it back coming from the other side here, so again, that red showing up right in there, that red showing up right there is what we're talking about. So it jumps as the computer does the math. And that's now getting ready to impinge on I-75. Coming across I-75 right now, south side of London. So you've got that southern exit there. For the southern London exit is where that storm is. Essentially at this point, you're seeing again the strong velocity, and when you go into the storm relative between Pine Grove and Sublimity City, on a path that's going to take it over Sublimity City, take it there along that southern bypass or southern side there of London. But London and Pittsburgh still in shelters now. I mean, it's again, we can't emphasize it enough. So again, even if the storm appears to be going through a little cycling, you can't take any, cannot take any chances with this. Tornado warning has been extended. So now for this tornado warning, it's now extended to Clay County until 12:30, Knox County until 12:30. We won't worry about where it clips Owsley and Leslie counties. So Clay County, you're now under the tornado warning until 12:30. You've got time. If you are in a mobile home in Clay County, you have a couple of minutes to get to a permanent structure, to get to where you need to be now. You don't wait for this storm to get closer. It'll happen quickly. So again, hopefully you've cleared it with neighbors, with friends nearby. And if you're in a mobile home, manufactured house, you need to get out of that into a permanent structure.
More pictures.
Okay, we got pictures coming in. Let's go ahead and take a look. I can give you just a second. I can continue talking while I give you just a second. You are looking at the storm now passing I-75. Looks like it's beginning to cross I-75 at this point. So again, you still have a strong signature showing up right over Sublimity City. It's going to be a little north of the hospital down there, the St. Joe Hospital down there in Laurel County. It's going to pass, it looks like a little bit north of that. So for you folks there, this is where the rotation is.
You ready for some pictures?
Let's hit some pictures. Okay, that's good. Well, it's bad actually, but that's, so, okay. Cumberland Lake, okay. The same guy took these?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's undoubted. Undoubtedly a tornado. And it's been on the ground here for a while. So Brian, we thank you very much for these pictures.
That QR code, people can scan it and submit pictures and videos.
There you go. If you did not hear Ellen, there's a QR code. You see it there at the top left of your, top right of your screen. Scan it. If you have a picture, when it is safe, if you have a picture, you can send that our way using that QR code. Again, you can also be getting our feed right now if you are watching us on Facebook, the LAX18 Facebook page. I assume we're still there, and the YouTube channel for LAX18. Again, I assume we are still there. So again, we've got the confirmed tornado. Let's go ahead and back this back out a little bit for you. So bring the radar back on. Oh, come on. There we go. And we'll bring it home just for a second, give you the big picture real quick. So the line of severe thunderstorms with damaging wind potential is now running from basically Owingsville and Flemingsburg down through Stanton and Mount Sterling. It looks like it's passed by Winchester. Still raining in Lexington, but the worst is passed. Through Nicholasville and Richmond. Continues strong storms now. Stanford approaching in on Rockcastle County there in Mount Vernon. Berea's getting it at this point. Lancaster back to Liberty. This storms will still hit eastern Kentucky, and the possibility is there that these could have winds near hurricane force. So again, that's why the severe thunderstorm warnings are there. Once that line is passed, that's it. Now, with all that, so you've got all that action to the north, but the big story is what is going on across the south. And so we will take you back to our tornado warnings. And again, this is not anything to trifle with at all. The storm is just on the south side of London. Actually looks like maybe just now southeast of London. Going out, looks like maybe 25E. I'll get my directions right here. Looks like going out 25E near Brock. So again, you folks are in shelter now. Deer Lick, and for folks in Clay County, 12:30 for the confirmed tornado warning. So again, the storm is a few miles away, but it's coming towards you. Don't wait for it to get there. Get to your shelter. Don't be on your front porch trying to get a picture like we just showed you. You do that when it's safe. So again, these storms are powerful. They have a history of damage along the path. It'll be interesting tomorrow morning in the light of day to see what exactly has been hit. So again, you can send your pictures and video to lex18.com capture, again, when it's safe. So with all that, you again are seeing that storm going by Fairston and Brock. Again, it's looking a little more ragged than it had been, but still, it still could be a formidable storm, as we are still showing a lot of shear with this right around there around Fairston. Still showing, again, there is rotation, although not quite as strong as it was 10 minutes ago, but still strong enough, and there still is a definite rotation there. So that storm is continuing on its eastward and maybe just a little bit north of due east track near Brock and Deer Lake. Near Bush, you're starting to get now into almost Clay County. So that storm continues pressing east. There again, BTI number continues to be high. There you see the shear numbers. Passing of Sublimity City now. Lida at 1203, Cane Creek 1205, Blackwater 1207, Lake at 1208. And again, if I mispronounce something, my apologies. I know after 26 years I should have them all down. But again, you're seeing that storm near Brock. Manchester, the storm is headed toward you, at least very, very close. It's along and just south of the Hal Rogers Parkway at this point. To the north, you've got rain, heavy rain. This does not look like a lot of hail out of this at this point, but still the strong rotation. And again, we explained why. To the south, no storms got down here today. And so that was an untouched air mass for the most part, and why we were able to tap that, bring that in. The storm was able to ingest it on a pretty clean feed. And when that happens, we were able to see that storm really ramp up coming across Pulaski County. So again, we're seeing some circulation back here. New tornado warning. So that's a new tornado warning. So again, this is on the back end of the line. This one's a little further north. So a new tornado warning till 12:15. And that's going to be for Pulaski County and again for the southern part of Rockcastle County until 12:15. So again, you are looking at some of the pictures. Brandy Thomas from Somerset sent, that's some of the damage. Okay. Whew. So that's power lines that have been knocked down, structures that have been knocked down. That's Somerset, and I'm going to guess that's going to be the south side of Somerset, but I don't know for sure. So you're seeing some of the damage in there. And again, when it is safe, don't stand out waiting for the storm to come to get a picture. When it is safe, if it is safe, then you can certainly do that. But by no means are you putting yourself in danger at all. In fact, in many of these communities, you need to be in the shelter. So there is the storm. So we've got confirmed tornado flashing in purple. that's going through Laurel County. Yeah, I'm trying to see if that storm is I think it may be going through a little bit of a cycling here, where you've had the primary one up here around Deer Lake. It may be recycling back down here. We'll keep an eye on that over the next couple of minutes. So meanwhile, back to the west. Same communities we talked about, although this is a little bit more north, just a skosh, I think, of the last one. You've got another storm very close to Somerset. What's going on with it? So again, you've got the circulation showing up. Greens and reds next to each other. Now, it's not as strong as its predecessor, but still, you've got rotation showing up here. So you were just there a couple of minutes ago. Go back in Pulaski County into your safe spots. This here is going on the eastern bypass. And so you're seeing the shear showing up with that. There's a shear rate on it. And in fact, it's cycling up. So again, you're seeing that strong shear approaching Ruth. This is headed toward Drum and Bent. Same folks who just saw this a minute ago it's coming on through again. So you're looking at minor hail at this point. BTI number is high, but again, your communities, Piney Grove 1157, Shopville 1159. I've got a lot of friends in and around Shopville. So again, you folks need to be in your safe spot. Dykes at midnight, Dahl at 1202. So the storm is, you can see now brighter colors showing up. That means this storm is cycling up and trying to pull it in. When we say it's a broad circulation versus a tight circulation, this again comes from the Bill's Weather 101 lessons that we do with the kids. Think of it like an ice skater. When the circulation is broad, or an ice skater, the hands are out. When a skater wants to spin fast, they pull it in. And that's that pulling in that gets you the speed that brings these tornadic storms to such destructive limits. We have a great example that we do with the kids. We laugh about how tornadoes form and stuff, but they're also learning. And we also make sure that they stay calm and know what to do in the event of a tornado. So again, this is the storm that is now just to the east of Somerset, but it looks like it's intensifying as it's going by Drum. These are the large hail reports out of Somerset. So you are looking there, that's solid ping pong ball, maybe golf ball. So you're up to about 1.75 inches, maybe pushing 2. You might be pushing a hen egg on a couple of those. So again, that's the power these storms are having. That's, again, what we are seeing out of these. The high wind, the tornado threat, the hail potential, straight line wind threat from these storms as well. We had winds into the mid-60s in Lexington. So tornado warning until 12:15 for Pulaski County. That's going to actually get into Laurel County as well. That's the western storm. The eastern storm, maybe trying to recycle a little bit here. So from Brock, right around Brock there, seeing that cell. That is going to be headed toward Marydale, passing around Lida, Deer Lick, Portersburg, Urban. Again, all possibilities with this. Straight up velocity, again, strong winds being shown. This is not taking the storm motion into account. This is just the raw wind that the radar is seeing. And so you're seeing these incredibly strong winds, and these are going to be just a couple of thousand feet up. That is showing 90-mile-an-hour winds just over the surface in a lot of places here. So again, this is why we are highlighting why these storms are warned for. So with the cell, yeah, what we're talking about, how the storm may have been reforming on the southern flank. And I think that's exactly what's happening here. So again, for you folks there around Brock, I know we were talking about you before and you thought you were maybe getting out of it. The storm is reforming on its southern flank here. And so it's now showing up pretty dramatically how you've got the inflow now going in there right around Brock. There's your rear downdraft coming in like that. So that is that cell that we have a tornado warning confirmed for until 12:30. Now remember, the initial part of that cell was up by Deer Lick at this point. This is a reforming of that in and around Brock. So this is just going to be a few miles to the southeast of London. We're looking at that cell. So that's your eastern cell. Again, looks like it's going through a reformation process here. And again, trying to really tighten up as it continues pressing eastward. So again, you see Deer Lick, you see Brock, some of the other communities there in the eastern part there of Laurel County. Some of the roads that are going to be in there, don't ask me to try and read these from this distance away from a TV screen. Eyes just can't do that. But again, it's near the Hal Rogers Park. Oh, is that the Hal Rogers? Oh, sure, it makes it disappear. Watkins Road, I think the Hal Rogers is north of that. And so again, well, that's what we're talking about. So the storm is reforming right there. And it is just along the Hal Rogers. So that's the storm reforming. That southern flank is reforming now on the eastern storm. The western storm, the one back in Pulaski County, we're seeing that one. So again, it's going to be close to Drum, but again, is there a circulation back? No. So that's, again, shown up there. So downtown Somerset, that's a live look. I would suspect, let me put the radar back on there. And for Somerset, it's raining hard. I think the core of the storm, although strong winds may be coming in, but I think the tornadic part is off to the east. But that's a live look from Somerset down there at the circle. So that is, you can see that obviously lightning flashes ongoing there. Power's on in that part of Pulaski County. Producers, see what kind of power outages we've got going on there across southern parts of Kentucky there. Might be an interesting, if you can find a way to bring that up. So again, this storm, you can see the circulation here around Drum and Bent. So again, you're likely seeing a tornadic part of the storm there. And yeah, you've got hail ongoing, Grundy, Stave up to a Dahl. So there is where you are looking at that circulation ongoing, likely just north of Dykes. Raining heavily back in Somerset. Could indeed be some hail still ongoing with that. But again, what we're really concentrating is over Drum, Piney Grove. So what we're seeing with that, again, is a strong circulation. So with that, you've got 72 there, 68 going the other way, so you're looking at 140 mile an hour gate to gate, right next to each other. So here are the power outages. Interesting with the high winds that came through central Kentucky, through the Bluegrass, Anderson County, Woodford, Franklin, Washington, Marion, a lot of power outages there. Same with Estill. Wolfe County's got a lot of power outages too. There's Leslie. So yeah, Wolfe's got a good number there. Spencer County to the west there of Lawrenceburg. Again, a high number going on there. So that's with the straight line winds that came through earlier. So again, well done getting that up, guys. So yeah, you're seeing there Spencer County. What's Anderson right next to it there, the orange? So yeah, there's almost 3,400 folks without power there in Anderson County. If you're watching us on the phone, you can tell that the storms are past you in Anderson County. So that's the setup with that. Interesting. That's interesting. This is scary. So there you go. We are looking at let me pull that off. You are looking at what is a circulation certainly there going on in Pulaski County. Let's bring that out. So between Drum and Ula, Bent, Dykes, in that area, you know where you are. You're in shelter now. The storms to the east, again, we were watching the reformation of this. So this is now the confirmed tornado warning in Laurel County. This is going to be heading along and just along basically the Hal Rogers at this point, maybe just a little south. But the bottom line is in Bush, Blue Hole, Garrett, Manchester, again, and that's in Clay County, obviously. You need to be getting into your safe spots. There's the Clay County, 12:30, confirmed tornado warning. That is a look from a gas station that was hit.
Yeah, first it's from Frankfurt, but do the pictures.
Oh, it's Frankfurt.
No, it's not Frankfurt, it's Somerset.
Oh, okay. Got it.
First it's from Frankfurt.
Yeah. When all else fails, read directions. So again, this pictures of Somerset from someone in Frankfurt. So it's at our niece's job. So a gas station was hit there in Somerset. So this is in Pulaski County. From obviously what is the confirmed tornado that we have been telling you about here for the last couple of hours. Baxter Coffee in Somerset. Oh boy. So again, the damage is going to be extensive from this. Now we just hope that nobody got hurt. You're seeing the damage. I've not heard anything yet in terms of casualties. We hope to goodness not. All righty. Just checking on the warnings real quick if there's anything else I need to bring your direction. And no. It's continuing the same stuff. They're getting multiple reports of 60 to 80 mile per hour winds coming through. Okay, so come on back to the radar. Yeah, you're already there. Okay. So we've got the tornado warnings going on here. Obviously, this is huge. Bush to Deer Lick, Marydell, Hooker, Urban, and again coming in toward Manchester. So again, that's a likely tornado when you look at it on the radar display. Again, you've got the hook. So again, Bush to Marydell, you guys are in shelter over toward Hooker. So that's the cells there. I'm going to expand it out real quick because I need to zoom into a different place, and I'll show you why. Because the southern flank of this, which is now approaching Lake Cumberland, this is getting a different designation now. You see how it's flashing tan? What that is now you're talking destructive severe thunderstorm. Not just a 57 mile per hour, which is bad enough in itself, but now you're talking winds 60 to 80 miles per hour. These are the hurricane force winds that we're talking about. So that's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30 Central, 12:30 Eastern for Russell and Adair counties. So that is taking that data and now it's even, you amplify. So that's the straight line winds for the storms that are coming through Columbia now. And maybe clipping, you're also getting the southern part of Casey County with that. So that's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning until 12:30. Okay, so that's that storm. You know what? This storm is also reforming. So you look at the southern flank here, the western flank by Ferguson there, toward Ruth. Again, I think this storm is trying to do a reformation back here. So we've got the one circulation that's east of Bent. I think this is trying to do kind of the same thing, although right now that's appearing to be weak. But still, we're going to keep an eye on that because there is some stronger winds aloft and there is certainly some shear going on. So again, to the south of these thunderstorms, the air has not been tapped yet, so they can keep ingesting storm food. Until storms get into the Tennessee border counties, this is going to be something that continues. Tornado warning again for Pulaski County for that storm near Bent until 12:45. But again, we're going to watch that area. Ferguson, Ruth, Colo, Dykes again. So this is a picture from Rural Electric Cooperative. And so that's, again, destruction that you're seeing. And again, destruction like this, that's on a business. You hope to goodness that houses aren't hit. So we're going to have to see, and again, you just hope that nothing more comes of that than just some property damage. The storm is wrapped up by Bush. Boy, is that wrapped up. So that storm by Marydell. So again, you've got the tornadic storm there. That's going to be confirmed tornado warning for Clay County. And that's actually right at the Laurel-Clay County line. So that's again till 12:30. And for that cell headed off to the east and northeast, you're seeing the communities that are going to be impacted. Manchester 12-12, Garrett 12-12. This cell again, the southern flank reformed, and that's where you're now seeing what is a likely tornado from it. The shear has been, I mean, it's strong. Looking there just right around Bush. That's going to head up toward Hooker here in the next couple of minutes. So again, we can't emphasize enough how do you need to be in your safe spot. And that BTI number was also on the way up again. So you are looking at that cell. Let me get that off there. All right, there's your confirmed tornado warning, 1230 for Clay and for Laurel County. Again, the tornado warnings are back to the west as well. When you're looking at the looping in, the hooking in. So right there around Hooker and basically near Bush at this point, Marydell, that's where the storm has been. So the southern, we've got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings across the area. We've got the 2 tornado warnings. We've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So it's continuing to be a dangerous night in southern Kentucky. We also have the strong storms, though. The line extends north Mount Vernon to Stanton. Looks like everything west of Stanton, the warnings have been discontinued. In fact, Lexington, the rain has ended. There may be another shower that comes in, but the main rain has ended. So the warnings now are Morgan County, Menifee, Wolfe, Lee County, Estill. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. You get into Owsley, I hit Lee already, Jackson, 1215 on these, Rockcastle, 1215, Breathitt as well. So that's damaging wind potential for the severe thunderstorm warnings. Then you have your tornado warnings on the southern edge of all this. That is a nasty stretch where that line then impinges. What's happened is the main cold front's squall line, what we've been talking about as the kind of the big feature in addition to the supercells. What's happening is that it's caught up to the supercells that were down here on the south. And so now we're adding energy into the system. We're adding shear into the system. And so this is a pattern that's going to continue here maybe for the next couple hours. Remember, tornado watch was up for the area until 3. Areas around Lexington were done. Don't have to worry about that. But, and again, you hope that no homes were hit out of this at all. Around Acorn, you've got the notching going in there, but again, I think it's going to be back a little bit more, kind of the back end. I'm still a little worried about the trail, kind of that tail end Charlie on that. But you've got certainly an inflow going in there by Whetstone up to Acorn. So that is where you're looking at the tornado warning for Pulaski. That's now until 1. Okay? Till 1 o'clock for that warning there by Acorn. You take it up toward Laurel County, now a tornado warning until 1. So London, you folks have been in your shelter once, you're going to be going back there again, and you're headed back there now. The storm in Clay County. So that tornado warning until 12:30 in Clay County. This is flattened out a little bit. To the southwest of Manchester, it's flattened a little. So again, this may be going through another cycle. Still could be producing a tornado. It certainly still has rotation with it, and a pretty strong one. Again, but it's a little flatter than it had been. So again, but we may see that whole recycle again. So you folks in Manchester, you are still in your shelter. Garrett, you are still in your shelter. Blue Hole, in shelter now. Hector, you're going to be thinking about it here in the next minute or two, but you guys need to be there now. It looks like you've got overlapping tornado warnings. So we've got this for the confirmed tornado, and then one back to the west. So again, a lot of stuff going on here. Bottom line is, anywhere around the Hal Rogers, 10 miles north, 15 miles south, you need to be in a shelter at this point. When we're talking about the safe places to be, and we'll talk about, again, how you find that safe spot. And again, we call it sea duck here. I haven't shown you this for maybe a half hour. So with that, you close your interior doors. This does not apply to a mobile home or a manufactured house. You need to be evacuating those. It does apply to a permanent structure. So what you do, You close the interior doors. You want to compartmentalize your house. And again, this is a Bill's Weather 101 lesson that we give every time we do a school visit. So there are a lot of kids who know what this is and what we're talking about. So you close the interior doors, you compartmentalize it. Think of it like a submarine. You want to have a bunch of little compartments to help contain the winds should the outside walls be breached. That helps to prevent a catastrophic occurrence of the entire structure being demolished. That at least gives it a better chance of survival. You want to be downstairs, lowest level you can. If you have a basement, you get there. Otherwise, you want to be on the ground floor. You want to be under something big, heavy, sturdy, something that can protect you from flying debris. That is a heavy table, that is getting into a closet, that is getting under a staircase if you can. If you have a closet that goes under a staircase, that's a safe place to get to because that's a very strong structure. You want to be in the center part of the house. The walls of the house are layers of protection. So don't be on an exterior wall. Be in the middle part of the house. You keep away from windows and doors, so you don't want to be on those outside walls. If you keep a bike helmet nearby, that certainly does help as well. As we're doing this, and I'll give you a quick story as we get back to the other stuff. The Masterson Station tornado back in '04 in Lexington. I was up there with the firefighters as they were going through the one of the homes there up on Maple Lane, and they took me in through the house was demolished, but he took me back in to one of the interior bathrooms, and we opened up the linen closet in there, and the sheets were folded in the linen closet. The rest of the house is gone, but in that linen closet, the sheets were still folded, and there was a little glass figurine sitting on one of the shelves. So again, that's why we tell you to do the things we do, because that increases your chance of survival. That being said, the storm now blew hole to Garrett, south of Manchester, maybe cycling back up again because you're seeing stronger colors showing up there. So again, this is just a little south of Manchester. So you folks need to be in that shelter now. With that, the BTI number has come up again. The hail size has come up again. You're seeing 92 miles per hour of shear with this. So again, strong rotation ongoing with this particular cell as it heads on up now closer to Manchester. So near 421, you folks need to be in that safe shelter now. Looks like we have two competing confirmed tornado warnings. So this is, bottom line is, we're to the point now of not looking at the individual warnings. If you're in Clay County around Manchester, if you are back in Laurel County toward London, you guys need to be in shelter. And again, this is showing up with some strong rotation as well. So again, we may have multiple ongoing. Did you see what I see here? All right, so that is south of Squibb. That's going to be south of 80. But you are looking at, again, what looks to be a tighter circulation coming in. So that, got the shear on that. Yeah, and radar depiction. There may be some spin going on with that. Certainly some strong winds are being brought down closer to the surface. And we're looking at the back end of that near Whetstone again. So again, a lot of stuff going on in southern Kentucky here. That's a little weaker circulation showing up. But again, we may have two separate cells trying to compete at this point. So that's what we're looking at out of those. But the inflow is going into these, so we'll see. If it's two competing, you tend to lean toward the one to the southwest. The other thing of note here, we're starting to get some bigger hail returns between Billows, Pittsburgh, and East Bernstadt. So that may be something to be aware of at this point as well. So that's your confirmed tornado warnings. So that, again, the cell, that second tornado warning became a confirmed tornado warning in Pulaski County until 1. That said, new tornado warning. Here we go. We're back now into Russell County. We've got a tornado warning there until 11:45 Central, 12:45 Eastern. For Russell County, that storm is just over Jamestown. This is part of that area where we were seeing, again, the potential for destructive winds. That's the storm off to the east. Oh, golly. So let me get rid of it. That's the Clay County storm that's showing up with that. Oh, we overshot. First time that's happened tonight. All right, let's try this again. So one of these is trying to kick off. It's the shear storm. Let's see if we can get rid of it. Bingo. All right. Tornado warning in Russell County. So again, you're seeing that storm, Russell County, until 11:45 Central, 12:45 Eastern. Again, I'm just reading data over here. So give me a sec if you don't mind. We're doing all this together. So that, yeah, we had a 60-mile-per-hour gust in Berea, tornado warning there for Russell and Adair. Looks like this is radar indicated. Yeah, it's radar indicated. So again, that's your most recent tornado warning. All righty. So more big hail reports out of Rowan County. So yeah, a big golf ball and marble size. So yeah, these storms were hail producers as well. You know, it took a little while for these storms to get going. Wow. Took a little while for them to get going, but unfortunately they did. And so you're seeing the video there out of Moorhead with the big hail that happened with that severe storm that went through. So there's that tornado warning. It's approaching Lake Cumberland, so there's every indication that that will eventually be extended into Wayne County. And keep in mind, this is also the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so you can have, in addition to the tornado threat, wind gusts straight line up to 80 miles an hour are certainly going to be a possibility with that cell. So again, that's for Adair County, southern part of Casey County until 12:30. So that's Dunnville. So you folks there along 127, getting into Russell Springs and Jamestown. But again, that tornadic part of the storm. So it's the Louisville radar. Let's click that real quick. I think I had Louisville. Yep. All righty. Just bring that in real quick just to update. So again, you're not getting any hooks. So this is part of what's called a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. You get breaks that show up in these, and when you get the breaks, sometimes you can get some spin. So this would be a quicker spin-up type tornado. This is not what we're seeing to the east, which are supercell tornadoes, but still formidable nonetheless. Eli and Whittle, it looks like just past Jamestown now, but that is where, if the storm is going to have a tornadic signature, if it's going to have a break, and in fact you see the winds picking up there around Whittle. So again, if the storm is tornadic, that's where it's going to be. Ono to Whittle to Eli. So that's just north of Lake Cumberland. That again is a tornado warning for Russell County until 11:45. All right, so there's the western flank. Let's take you back east. Simplest way to do that. And you have the whole cluster of...
That's from our state out the parking lot.
That's where?
In our parking lot.
Oh my goodness. Wow. So a very large tree has been uprooted at LAX 18. Please tell me that's not Ellen's car.
Marketing van.
Oh, okay. So it's Medley's. All right. Wow. Hope I didn't check to see if my car was okay. Hello, Bain. All righty. So, as we continue, it is an extremely active evening down here across the south. So again, that's off the radar here from Louisville. We need to go over the radar from Jackson. So, because that's going to be the much closer variant here. So here's what we got. We've got multiple confirmed tornado warnings. We've seen the damage. As we've seen the damage out here, you've got another storm approaching London with a confirmed tornado warning for Laurel County until 1 a.m. So it's the back edge of this there I think we're looking at. When we look at velocity displays, this one is not as impressive at the moment. So that one we're going to we'll keep an eye on that, but that one's not as impressive at the moment. Still some strong straight line winds, it looks like. But again, I think at this point the shear on that storm, there's some, but again, it's not as impressive as it was. But that said, you get to the storm in Clay County, the one that we've been watching the whole way, is now passing to the southeast of Manchester. You're seeing again strong signature around Botto, back up to Hector and Peabody. You guys are next in line for this. Bear Branch, Markham, again involved with all of this. You have a new warning extending out into Leslie County until 1 a.m. That's again confirmed tornado that continues to spin now just to the east and southeast of Manchester. So again, still showing a very vivid velocity signature as the storm heads toward Leslie County. Meanwhile, the storm's back there, Clay County. Be interesting to see if they're going to continue this warning or not. Billow, okay, right around Billows there, kind of on the back end of the whole system. Just seeing if there's anything new. All right, okay, there's been one tornado warning that's expired here. Okay, Perry, so that tornado warning goes all the way out to Perry County. So we're getting a lot of warning on this. Got new damage south side of Somerset. So that a church has been hit. So obviously we're getting these pictures in, and there is going to be a lot more damage in the light of day tomorrow, as it looks like big storms have continued to go through southern Kentucky. And the damage, I mean, this is big. Now you can, as we've talked about, you hope, I mean, we've seen business, we've seen churches, you hope people's homes haven't been hit, but of course, at some point they're going to be. And now that you just hope that we can avoid any serious injuries out of this. So the new confirmed tornado warning, and again, it looks like this is continuing to try and maintain its circulation. Strong inbounds and outbounds, right over Peabody and Bear Branch. So that continues out into Leslie County with the tornado warning, confirmed tornado warning until 1 a.m. In addition to that, that continues eastward then. You get into parts of Knott County until 1 a.m. and also Perry County until 1 a.m. It does include Hazard. So again, this is a storm that has been long-lived and continues to have the confirmed tornado warnings with it. Remember back when we were seeing those damage signatures, the debris fields that we were seeing? You're seeing the end results of that on those pictures that we've got coming in. So that is the bigger picture here. So you folks in Hyden, you folks in Hazard, especially Hazard, you've got a couple of minutes. Get to your safe spot. Get to where you need to be. Then take that information source with you. Take the Storm Tracker weather app with you. Keep in mind, at least I thought and I cannot confirm since I haven't been over there in a while, like the last 2 hours, whether or not we're broadcasting on Facebook or YouTube, if they kicked us out or not. But the bottom line is we've been doing our best to broadcast on those for you. And take that information source with you into your safe spot. Take something that can give you data. I'm just checking other wind damage reports. We've got a lot of trees down all over. So this has been a widespread event as advertised. And unfortunately, coming to fruition, there's the power outage map. So with it, you're seeing the numbers increase in Laurel County. You can see up there in Fleming County as well. Wolfe County, Bourbon. You can see just a lot of folks, and look back to the southwest where the storms originally came from, back toward like Hoptown, Bowling Green, back that direction. So again, a lot of folks are dealing with a lot of issues tonight. There you see Leslie County, and that's from the earlier storms. This is not what's coming through yet, but it's what's coming through, or it's coming through now, but that's what came through previously. Laurel County, again, we've got 35, almost 3,600 folks without power in Laurel County. Spencer County, you've got half the county without power at this point. So again, it's Bourbon County, just under 1,000 folks out without power. So I'm guessing there's going to be some in Fayette at this point as well, given the damage we're seeing. Nope, Woodford does though. Fayette, we've got 3,000 without power. So it is, there's going to be a lot of cleanup this weekend. Some of it maybe more arduous than others. New tornado warning. So let's get this one. Here we go. New tornado. Let's go ahead and back this out. Again, that's again a strong signature showing up southeast of Manchester. That's headed into Leslie County. So again, for you folks there, times are going to be approximate because that's a little bit behind the circulation. But you see Creekville at 12:37. Again, subtract a couple of minutes off of that. Thousand Sticks then at 12:50. Hyden at 12:52. So that is for the storm on the southern flank, again showing a strong rotation in there. You look back, the new tornado warning, and let's put radar on here. Let's put radar on there. There we go. All right, so this is for the main squall line. Although again, we're seeing some circulation down there in Wayne County as well. But the tornado warning, the new one, Pulaski County until 1 a.m. You are also looking at Wayne County until 1 a.m. Russell County, it's until 11:45 Central Time. This is clipping the northwest corner of McCreary County until 1 a.m. In addition, around that, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning for McCreary, for Wayne, in addition to the tornado watch that's out there. With all this, let's go ahead and see if we've got anything spinning out here. Not any, you're getting into that radar no man's land again. But in Wayne County, nothing particularly is showing up, but again, that sheer potential with the QLCS, that break in it. So again, you're looking at the potential for that tornadic storm showing up. So that is the setup there. We're going to keep an eye on that storm down there in Wayne County, but again, that new tornado warning. Meanwhile, you folks in London, you are looking at that cell coming in. So that's that confirmed tornado warning until 1 o'clock. In London, in Laurel County. Again, the shear is not as impressive as it has been. That said, you still need to be in your safe spot, and certainly strong straight line winds are going to be a part of this as well. So that is part of the cell, maybe undergoing a little bit of weakening at this point. Again, you're seeing differences in speed, so that implies that there's at least some rotation there as well. We take you on to the east, keep coming down along the Hal Rogers, and the part of this cell that has been active the whole way. So you've got that confirmed tornado warning for a storm that's over Markham, on its way into Bear Branch. So that is a confirmed tornado warning until 1. So you folks in Markham need to be in shelter, Bear Branch in shelter, Hyden in shelter, Thousand Sticks in shelter now from this cell. And again, showing the strong circulation between Creekville, Peabody, essentially over Markham at this point. And again, we've seen the pictures coming out of Pulaski County of the damage that was done. So this has been a tornado that has been on the ground. Has it been on the ground the entire way? Don't know that. We may not know that until sometime over the weekend, depending on how quickly you can do damage surveys. But there's going to be a lot of cleanup regardless. But you folks in Markham, you guys are in shelter now, and you need to not be trying to get pictures of anything. Wait until everything is safe. The storm is on a path that's going to take it very close to Hyden for you folks there in Leslie County. Bottom line is this, it continues to pull in basically clean air that's not been touched by storms previously. And so you are looking at, it's ingesting warm, humid air, and that's why this supercell has been able to maintain itself the whole way across the state. In fact, when this one is all said and done, this one may be the one that started back in Paducah, and we've had it come all the way across the state. So that'll be an interesting study to see if this is indeed the same cell. But again, you've got hail going on now at Thousand Sticks. Bear Branch, you've probably got hail. The storm has any circulation, it's going to be around Markham. and now heading off just to the east of Markham. So again, that's your confirmed tornado warning. That's headed toward Leslie County and eventually toward Perry County. So again, you folks, there's 1 o'clock for the confirmed tornado warning in Perry County. Has this thing been tossing debris? No, not like what we were seeing earlier. That doesn't mean it's not a tornadic storm, but it's not producing debris like it had been. Obviously, it's been producing hail, and it does have shear going with it. Again, still strong shear showing up right around Markham there as it's approaching Hyden. So again, that's where you folks need to be in your safe spots. Again, be prepared with this storm. Again, the circulation showing up there right over Markham, right over Bear Branch, and continuing east just south of the Hal Rogers Parkway. We're looking at other storms. Again, I'm looking for any circulation showing up, and it's not as vivid as it was. Now you've got a very strong, looks like a gust front going right there around London. When you velocity it out, there could be, again, a pretty strong gust front. Now down around High Top there. So again, you're seeing strong winds there around High Top, but I'm not sure if there's any circulation. That could be just part of that bow echo that you see kind of going on there. And again, there may be a little spin up trying to take place there at the tail end right around High Top. So again, that is a confirmed tornado warning still for Laurel until 1 o'clock. So that's another half hour that has to go. So we're going to watch this next surge coming in by London. But as we were talking about earlier, what's happened is the squall line caught up to the supercells. So the squall line, and again, this was the big parent one that we were waiting on that had the hurricane force wind potential. That's it right there. And so now the tail end of it is hitting this air mass down here across the south where we had basically untouched air that still was extremely unstable. And the bottom line is it's been able to maintain this corridor of tornadic storms. So that's from the North Corbin there in Laurel County. Yeah, amazing pictures that people are getting here. And again, I just wonder how safe you were when you were getting that picture. But again, it does tell the story. We can't condone that. You know, we want you to be safe. But again, that seems what's going on. So again, meteorologically, what we've got going on is the squall line there catching up to what had been a cluster of supercells. So we're essentially adding all of this energy together, and that's why you're getting that back end tornado threat going now from Somerset down into Wayne County with that final push. This will be the back end of it. This is the end of the whole thing. We've just got to get there. So we've got maybe another couple hours of this because you've got this whole area in the southeast where not a whole lot has been going on. And so we've got some untapped air to continue to work with. Continue to show that circulation going into Leslie County, approaching Perry County at this point. Nothing new there. Okay, the tornado warning for Russell has obviously been canceled. Tornado warning continues. Perry, not Leslie, Clay. Let me just go ahead and radar confirmed tornado. So again, you are looking at this long-lived cell continuing across Leslie County. You also have torrential rain. We've got flood warnings up as well. The bottom line is the circulation center. I mean, this has been ongoing. At least we're kind of clearing up some of these warnings that were overlapping. So that storm that's approaching Hyden. So again, you're seeing the shear within that 80 mile per hour with that. The BTI number remains very high, 7.6. Hail size is about $0.50. But some of the communities, again, in the next couple of minutes, Thousand Sticks, Stinnett, Hyden at 12:50. You've got Wooten at 12:57. Daly at 1 o'clock. So that storm continues progressing eastward on the southern flank of all that. So again, confirmed tornado warning for Clay County. This particular cell now is getting into Leslie County. So you are looking there again right at Markham, just to the east of Markham now. And it's going to be until 1 o'clock, and that storm is now knocking on the door of Hyden. So for you folks there, and we've been harping on it, we've been telling you, be in shelter. Don't wait for the storm to get there. So again, that storm is impinging on Hyden. You are looking at a storm, Clay County, well, Laurel County and Clay County, it's also confirmed tornado warnings until 1 o'clock. But again, the circulations on these have not been as impressive. We're going to continue to monitor all these and certainly do not take these for granted and be in shelter as long as you are under a confirmed tornado warning. So again, that's Laurel and Clay County until 1 o'clock. Near London, near Deer Lick, and again, headed toward Manchester. So again, communities have been hit time and time again. We've had the same communities come under warnings. We look over toward Pulaski County. So again, this is a radar potential tornado warning until 5:17. With this, again, there's not a lot showing, but we're with this QLCS, where the lines merged is where, remember how we talked about when things on a weather map are perpendicular? We've been doing that for the last couple of days. Bad things happen because that implies that there is certainly shear going on. Well, you had the squall line catch up to the supercells on a perpendicular. And so any quick spin up can happen here from Somerset down to Burnside, a little bit north of Monticello there, but tornado warning northern Wayne County until 1 o'clock. So that is the cell that we continue to watch there. Oh, goodness, it's been an afternoon and evening here. So here we go. We'll bring you back to the big picture. So for Lexington, we've got some rain coming back through again. We saw the damage out in our parking lot. Anything north of 64, done. Anything really northwest of a line, in severe weather threat-wise, anything from Moorhead to basically Slade to McKee to Berea to Stanford, anything up here is done. So we've had the severe weather threat. That said, strong winds from West Liberty to Jackson. We could still see damaging wind gusts. You can see that is a nice bow echo right in there, right in amongst everything else. So you've got just rain going on, and then all of a sudden you get this arriving, and there could be winds that are in excess of 60 miles an hour. Although it looks like the warnings have been pulled from that. So
They just canceled the warning in Pulaski, Wayne, and Victory.
okay, so again, you've got that line there. The voice you heard was Bain Froney. So there is, again, what we are looking at. So that the radar indicated tornadic storm along the QLCS there, that has been pulled. So we are still looking at tornado warnings. What's coming through London now, again, to me, still looks pretty straight line. Although there is a hint of rotation on the back end of it, but the main strong wind is up around Fairston at this point, but still strong winds in and around London. So as long as that continues to flash, you are in shelter. In London, in Fairston, Deer Lick, Blackwater, Bush, Pittsburgh, East Bernstadt. So again, with the squall line coming in from the west, this can still continue to cause problems. So there is, again, that little bit of a rotation. I mean, it's not strong showing up right there. Not like we were seeing earlier, and especially with that storm off to the east. But again, there's shear showing up from Fairston on up to the south side of London again. So that is your setup with it. There it is. All right. So again, you're looking at these cells coming in toward Clay County. The one we continue to see the rotation on. So this is the biggest game in town of the bunch, but this is the one that has been long tracked. This is the one that you've been seeing the damage reports coming in. It has curled up again, so you're getting that hook approaching Hyden, approaching Wendover, probably passing north of Stinnett and Hoxton, but still you've got the tornado warnings there. But this is for Leslie County until 1 o'clock, and you've got that confirmed tornado warning. So again, this is just a few miles away from getting into Hyden. So if you're taking it from where the hook is, 3 or 4 miles, minute or two. Well, actually about 5 or 6 by the time it gets there. So that's your time frame. Don't waste a minute of it. You should already be in the shelter. As you look to the north, you are looking at up toward Dry Hill where you're getting in on hail, heavy rain. Again, we're talking flood potential out of all these as well because these storms have been training one after the other. But Wendover, you are certainly going to be in this path. Toulouse, you get out to Frew and Daly, looking at that cell coming on in. Heavy rain, hail north, Avawam, Dry Hill, Thousand Sticks. Hyden, you are in the path of the tornadic part of the storm. Again, we're seeing that hook going on. Right now in Hyden, if you are listening, you may not be hearing much at all. I would suspect the wind is picking up, but you may not even be seeing any rain at this moment. But the thing is, a couple miles to your west, you've got a potentially tornadic storm that is just about on top of you. And so you need to be in shelter and safe at this point. The storm is headed toward hazard, so you also have the tornado warning until 1 for Perry County. So it's Leslie and Perry until 1. You look back to the west, so it looks like we've got part of the squall line impinging there, east-west versus a north-south. And so again, you might be just developing shear there around Deer Lick. So that's part of the confirmed tornado warning for Laurel. Again, not showing as much here at all. So I don't want to say the threat is subsided, but it may appear to be less at this point. At least that's what we're seeing. The radar display again is showing that you just have, there it is. You still have the individual cells though, and so something could spin up here very quickly. And so again, London over to Clay County. It's clipping the southern part of Jackson County, but I think that's just a drawing error. Eastern part of Pulaski County, you've got that squall line now. That is the main body of it, what's left of it. And it's coming through Burnside and Monticello where you have the severe thunderstorm warnings in place. So again, damaging wind gusts are going to be a strong possibility with this as well. Continues in, Rockcastle County. Okay, just taking these as they come. So that part of the warning has been discontinued. What I'm also seeing here with the wind potential, this is going to be more straight line. But again, anytime you have an intersection, you have shear potential. But you see that right in there. That is likely going to be where we're going to get some very strong straight line winds ongoing. And some of that may try and loop in around in McCreary County. So that's one thing to be watching for here. Meanwhile, for the storms that are sitting off to the east, you are looking at those coming in through Leslie County. Again, it's just now in Hyden. So you basically got the storm in Hyden now. So if it's tornadic, that's where it is. It's headed toward Frew, Dry Hill. Current path would take it very close to hazard. And that'll be in the next half hour or so. So I would suspect that warning will be continuing. Tornado warning for east central Clay County is canceled. See, some of these are getting overlapped. It's going to be that part of the warning has been canceled. And meanwhile, it does continue on to the east here. So again, for that storm that's sitting over Hyden on a path that's going to take it close to hazard. Meanwhile, you do have the tornado warnings continuing in central and western Clay County back into Laurel County. So these are still confirmed tornado warnings. But again, the radar signatures have not been as impressive as they were. That said, as we continue scanning to the south, where you've got a severe thunderstorm warning in place here for southern Laurel County in and around Corbin. Again, you may be seeing just a little bit of a looping going on here. We've talked about how these storms have recycled, how they start tapping some new energy. Some Lily down toward Corbin, I would suspect it's pretty weak, and at the moment it is, but still worthy of keeping an eye on here. There's some speed differential, but not a lot of shear going on. Again, showing up as fairly weak at this point, but there's still the potential out of this, again, because you're talking about where a powerful squall line is intersecting where supercells have been going through. This whole southeast corner. Hey, Ben, real quick, while you're over there, just shout it out, but take a quick look on the Mesonet. What's Barberville coming in at? Temperature, humidity, temperature dew point? Just, I'm curious. Okay, and if you can check Williamsburg as well. I'm just curious as to what kind of air we've got sitting down here. All right, so as Bain is doing that, she came in early because she has to do the morning show tomorrow, but she came in early, so thank you, Bain. So there again, you see the flashing for our confirmed tornado warning. So that storm is over Hayden, and again, it has been exceptionally long tracked. So it's again near Cinda, Daly, Frew, Avawam. You've probably got the heavy rain and hail, but that storm near Hayden continues to show shear. It continues to show, again, the strong rotation. This may be going through a down cycle. And again, how many times have we seen that over the last couple of hours, where the storm down cycles a little bit and then pops back up again? So that is what we are looking at with the storm that's over Hayden. As you look at the shear swath, I mean, as you look at the shear swath with this, gee, you can track it. Starting back here in Russell County with this one through Somerset. Keep in mind, this is just off the Jackson radar. And then it gets into London and that solid shear swath all the way to Hayden. So we are looking at that cell continuing to do its bad things. Just out of curiosity, we may not even have these showing up. I was trying to see if there's any. Yep. Okay, so you've got very, very unstable air going. I'm surprised there's no storm report showing up, but I may not have it set up right. So with all that said, there's another picture coming in. Police told Southworth that there were no injuries. The car was coming through and barely avoided that tree that fell. So again, fortunately no injuries with that. That's on Highway 62 in Woodford County, between Versailles and Midway. So again, there's damage. You can see the power lines that have been pulled down from that. So again, that's some of the folks we were showing you that were without power in Woodford County from earlier tonight. So again, that's one of the ways to track where the storms have been, is where the power outage has been. And keep in mind, we had a confirmed wind gust at the Bluegrass Airport of over 60 miles an hour. So again, these storms have been packing a punch. And keep in mind, that's just hitting where an anemometer happened to be. Obviously, there could have been much higher wind gusts away from where that anemometer happened to be located. So what we've been talking about, why these are doing what they're doing, is because to the south, it is still very warm. You look down here toward Barberville, it's in the 70s. Was it 70? Did you say 72? 77. So again, it's hot and humid here. Storm food, it's energy, it's instability that these storms continue to just pull in and are able to recycle themselves one after another after another. And so there's the storm that's headed toward Hayden. It's pulling in that energy. The storm coming now into Clay County, pulling in that same energy. Waiting for the squall line here. It's sitting out here in front of it where you've got instability galore, just waiting for that storm line to arrive, ingest it, re-energize, and we can continue to see this for the next couple of hours. So as we're approaching 1 o'clock here, there are your storms. As you look into Clay County, there may be a little looping going on back here now in the flank, southeast of London. So that is where, again, the signatures have not been as strong as they were on that leading one. But still, it's able to ingest that instability available. And again, the shear rates, I'm going to guess, are not particularly high. Maybe in the northern part of Knox County there. But still, your confirmed tornado warnings, and again, where you folks need to be in shelter, is in Hayden, is in Perry County, Leslie County, the northern half of Leslie County, almost the entire section there of Perry County, as this storm has been along and basically parallel and just south of the Hal Rogers. So as we are plotting these, that's the confirmed tornado warning until 1 o'clock, so another 10 minutes, and that'll likely be extended. That's for Clay County, for Leslie County, and yeah, it's going to be extended for Perry County until 1 o'clock. The warnings do continue back into Laurel until 1 o'clock as well. So that's what we continue to look at here. So you've got strong winds, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning. See what it does, it picks the furthest point away from your body. If my arm is here, there's nothing further away. So that's why sometimes I'm hitting that button 100 times before it finally catches. Anyway, you've got the strong winds are now just about getting to the eastern part there of Pulaski County. You've got that severe thunderstorm warning in Laurel County as well, but the confirmed tornado warning, again, when we're looking at the shear, it's not been much. So I think that part is going to be allowed to be discontinued. But the storm that's in Leslie County, I would be surprised if that doesn't get extended once we get to 1 o'clock through Perry County, probably Knott County as well. So it's a time to just continue to be prepared, not scared, but just be prepared. And again, it's going through southern Kentucky here, but again, we've had damage reports in a lot of communities around Kentucky this evening. Seen some of the damage pictures that have come in from parts of the area. Check back on Jackson's feed. Severe thunderstorm warning, Martin, Pike, Johnson, because that's the eastern part. So yeah, nothing new. So the squall line itself is basically caught up. It's interesting here. So the northern part, see that right in there? So that has caught up to where the squall line, or to the supercell line was. That's been accelerating eastward. Where the supercell line is, the squall line has slowed down. And so you're waiting on basically everything to start pushing eastward, and it will continue to ingest this warm, moist air down to the south and southeast. So here we are coming up on 1 o'clock, and the back edge of the rain is just about through Lexington. But meanwhile, to the south, we continue to have tornado warnings with a probable tornado continuing. Well, interesting. I say interesting because severe thunderstorm warning for Knott until 1:15, for Letcher until 1:15. That's going to be also for Perry. I can't clip it, but it's for Perry until 1:15. So what looks to be happening is that when 1 o'clock gets here, I suspect that warning may go away, and they're building in a severe thunderstorm warning to replace it. I'm hypothesizing on that, but that would seem to be a reasonable assumption. Now, it'll be interesting to see what they do with the cell back there between London and Manchester, out there along the Howell Rocks, because again, it's not showing much. It hasn't been, at least. It has strong winds, so a severe thunderstorm warning certainly is on the way. Whether or not they continue with the tornado warning, that I'm not so sure about, but we will find out in a couple of minutes. Regardless, you folks need to still remain in shelters, and we've told you, if you're in a mobile home manufactured house, it's not a safe place to be. You need to have been in a permanent structure, and hopefully you took care of that before these storms arrived. So we are, yeah, the shear has definitely, that's what had been showing up vividly up until about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. The storm that's by Frew at this point, coming up on Viper. That's showing another rotation coming here. That on the, maybe on the little broad rotation at this point. This is not nearly as sharp as it was around Daly and Dow there. So we are hopefully seeing this maybe beginning.
And Bill, it looks like they are expiring that tornado warning in Laurel, Clay, and Jackson as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't issued anything else yet, but I'll keep you posted.
Okay.
So it looks like at 1 a.m. that may be turning off as well.
Yep. So that's the western.
As well as
Le-
your thunderstorm warning in Wayne and Rockcastle has also been canceled.
Yep. So we are looking at the western part. That's this warning. The one that's back here to the west. This warning's the tornado warning here. Laurel and Clay is going to go away. and that goes away in 5 minutes. And again, we haven't been seeing much of anything in this for a little bit here. Strong winds certainly, and again, severe thunderstorm is still a probability with this. But again, the shear has certainly come down pretty dramatically, and that's good. As we look to the eastern storm, again, remember how it was half hour ago and how vividly things were showing up. And now it's a much more ragged appearance. And so as we approach 1 o'clock, that this may transition to a severe thunderstorm warning because they've already got that in place. There's still an inflow going on, but what's also happening is it's getting to be a much more congested environment here. We've got storm, 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 with no space in between them. And so it's hard to maintain the organization. So you still got the inflow coming in, but maybe not as much wrapping around on the backside as we were seeing earlier. We're still going to keep an eye on areas that have not been worked over yet. Knox County, get into southern Clay, Whitley County. But again, for a lot of us, as we approach 1 o'clock, we're going to hope that this warning gets expired. But still, if you're in and around Perry County, this is still a strong storm. You can see some of the communities here in the next couple of minutes that could be impacted and will be impacted by strong winds. Severe thunderstorm warning again is extending out from where our tornado warning is, and we are hoping that at 1 o'clock that will be allowed to expire. Special statement. Okay, so that's for the strong storms coming through. That's the back edge. So maybe we've hit the pinnacle of this and are on the downward side. But as you were seeing, the pictures that have been coming in, I mean, it is scary what we're seeing, and that's the easy stuff to find. You know, what's going on when you get off the main roads, what's happening if people's houses have been hit and we haven't checked on them yet. If you are in these communities, along Highway 80, along the Hal Rogers, back toward the Cumberland Parkway, make sure your folks and your neighbors are okay. So we are here at 12:58, and still a strong storm is crossing out of Leslie County into Perry County. At this point, still for another 2 minutes, technically it's a tornado warning, but again, the severe thunderstorm warning may be superseding that here shortly. And if that happens, we can turn you back over to whatever we run at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Seth Myers.
Seth Myers, thank you, voice from above. And do you have the picture still handy, voice from above?
Just a second.
Okay, let's show you that as we hopefully are getting ready to close the coverage here. But again, it's been an exceptionally active night.
There's nothing new. Do you want to still look at some of the other ones?
The tornado pictures, if you've got the ones from Russell County, from Lake Cumberland early on, and a couple of the damaged ones from early on, those, it's been a little while since we've seen those.
Checking, just a moment.
Thank you. All right, so we're at 12:59. We will find out if these are going to go away. Has it crossed on chat? Not yet. We are patiently waiting. But special statements seem to be coming out now, and there we go. Oh my, yeah. So again, just amazing pictures. When it's safe, we certainly want to see what you see. And yeah, pictures at lax.com/capture, or scan that little QR code up on the top right. But again, they're just amazing pictures. How do you get that picture? But this is the stuff that's tragic. This is the stuff that you don't want to see. Businesses that are hit in Somerset, imagine that you can see the tornado in the gray there. So again, near houses, and there's had to have been houses that have been hit. You just hope that there aren't any injuries and that folks were in their safe spots. So again, that's what we've been dealing with tonight. And again, that's a gas station that was hit. We had a church that was hit. So again, it's been, there you see it, in South Somerset. So again, and the numbers we were seeing on the radar were scary. So that is the setup. Go ahead and take that full. Not that full, other full. This full. Because I try and...
Give me a second.
Okay. Okay, there we go. The tornado warnings are gone. That's good. Because we're at 1 o'clock here. So you see we still have severe weather that we're going to deal with, damaging wind gust potential. So just to reiterate, severe thunderstorm warnings now for Knott County, for Letcher County, for Perry County, and Leslie County until Perry until 1:15. You've got Leslie County until 1:30. You've got Clay County until 1:30, and the extreme eastern part there of Laurel County also looks like until 1:30. Bottom line, this looks to be winding down. Okay, that's good. If you're in southeast Kentucky for the next hour, hour and a half, stay aware. Keep that information source handy. We may have gone to just severe thunderstorm warnings. I say just severe thunderstorms. These have been producing winds 60, 70, and 80 miles an hour. So you need to be prepared for that as well. Stay in a safe spot if you have to. For areas north of the Hal Rogers Parkway, west of I-75, everything at this point is basically wrapped up. It still may be raining, still may be storming, but the severe threat has ended. For those that stayed with us tonight, we thank you. You say a prayer for the folks who have been impacted by these storms. And again, I'm sure the light of day is going to show a lot more stuff than what we were just seeing there. So again, thank you for making LEX 18 your choice in the severe weather situations. We hope for the best. We prepare you for the worst, but hope for the best. And again, have a good and safe rest of the night and a good weekend. Have a good night.
You're clear.
Bill Mack. 3 hours?
Ish.
Had to have been.
I want to say we went on at, I don't even know what time it was.
It was,
9?
it was,
Oh, wait, we're still on Facebook.
you guys can hear us. What
Yeah.
time are we on?
Oh my gosh. All right. Let's see if we're actually still on Facebook. Oh, I think we're still on Facebook.
Say hello.
Yep.
Hey guys.
Hi, guys.
10:03 is when we started.
10 o'clock. Okay, so 3 hours.
Very nice job, you
Yeah.
guys.
For folks who watched on Facebook and YouTube, I know you didn't see much aside from the maps and stuff, but if in the comments, let us know what you thought about it. That was the first time we really tried long form online here. With that said, again, you see the severe weather threat is winding down. Bill is winding down. Voice from above is winding down.
Thank you.
And Bain is here to take you through the rest of the night, and hopefully not too much else is going on. So again, thank you guys for watching here, being part of the stream. We still have 1,000 people on here. And so again, thank you so much. Have a good, safe rest of the weekend. Say a prayer for the folks who have been impacted by these storms, because again, you were seeing the pictures, and I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. Have a good night and a good weekend. As soon as I figure out how to turn the thing off.
We just canceled the tornado watch for Fayette County.
Okay, well, that should have been canceled a while ago. I know what I need to do here. I just can't find it.
All right, so
Oh.
I will do what we normally do. I'll leave everything up, and if you have to take it with the smart
All right.
box, then
All right, now I can say it.